A single artillery shell shattered the dawn, and the final battle for Europe began. The fall of Berlin wasn't just the end of a war, it was the collapse of an empire, written in fire, rubble, and desperation. Soviet forces surged through the broken streets. German soldiers made their last doomed stand, and civilians hid in cellars as the city crumbled above them. Tanks rolled over the bones of history, red flags rose through smoke, and whispers of surrender echoed in the ruins. It was brutal, chaotic, and unforgettable, the dying breath of World War II. Tonight, close your eyes and drift through the fall of a city, the silence after the storm, and the true story of how it all ended, told softly, completely, and without interruption. Before we begin, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Your presence helps us share peace, memory, and history with others each night. By the winter of 1945, the globe was weary. The Second World War had been raging for almost 6 years, leaving a wake of demolished cities, destroyed nations, and innumerable dead. In Europe, the Nazi vision was expiring. Hitler's once vast empire had disintegrated. What was left was a diminishing core, a fractured nation encircled on every side by adversaries who no longer held him in fear. Germany, the aggressor, had become the besieged. The Western Allies were advancing from France and the Low Countries, progressing steadily through Belgium and into the western core of the Reich. The Red Army, unyielding and vengeful, was advancing from the east, taking back every inch of territory the Wehrmacht had once seized in its brutal push. The fronts were converging like a tightening noose, and Berlin, the capital of the Third Reich, was at the very center of it all, isolated, defiant, and fated. The year had started with fire and thunder. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets began their Vistula-Oder offensive in January. What commenced as a wide-ranging push across Poland rapidly turned into a tidal wave. In only 3 weeks, Soviet forces moved over 300 miles. Cities like Warsaw were captured in days. By the month's end, the Red Army was already at the Oder River, a mere 70 kilometers from Berlin. No natural obstacles were left, only open country, scattered villages, and whatever defense the disintegrating Wehrmacht could organize. In the west, the Allies had beaten back Germany's final desperate counter-offensive. The Ardennes Offensive, more widely known as the Battle of the Bulge, fought in the snowy woodlands of Belgium, had been Hitler's final roll of the dice. The Germans had committed what was left of their armored divisions to the attack, aiming to break through the Allied lines, divide their forces, and compel a negotiated settlement. They were unsuccessful. After weeks of savage fighting and extreme cold, the Allies repulsed them, taking heavy losses but coming out stronger and more resolute. Now they also advanced into Germany from the west, securing town after town, moving in on the heart of the Reich. Inside Germany, the pretense of control was gone. The skies were perpetually filled with the drone of Allied bombers. Cities like Dresden, Hamburg, and Cologne were transformed into firestorms. Train stations, factories, residential areas, nothing was safe. Entire cityscapes were erased overnight. Millions of civilians abandoned their homes, looking for refuge further west away from the approaching Soviets. But there was nowhere left to go. The war that Germany had initiated with fire, steel, and ambition had returned home. In Berlin, life had a surreal quality. The city still operated, but just barely. Trams were infrequent. Food was in short supply. Fear permeated the air like smoke. Yet the propaganda machine kept working, claiming that victory was still achievable, that wonder weapons would alter the war's course, that the Führer would guide Germany to salvation. But hardly anyone believed it now. The once fervent crowds were gone. People spoke in whispers, glancing over their shoulders. Every fit man was drafted. Old men, young boys, clerks, bakers, all were put in uniform. The Volkssturm, the People's Storm, became Germany's final desperate military force. Adolf Hitler stayed in Berlin, defiant. He would not abandon the capital. In the depths of the Reich Chancellery, a concrete bunker had been built, deep underground, reinforced and steeped in paranoia. Here, the Führer held his court, surrounded by loyalists, deluded generals, and the odor of decay. Maps covered the walls, depicting armies that were no longer real. He railed against imaginary foes, repositioned divisions that had already been annihilated, and held on to fantasies of counter-offensives that would never happen. But even within his close circle, confidence was failing. His generals understood the reality. The war was over. Germany lacked both the men and the resources to go on. Ammunition was low. Fuel was even lower. The Luftwaffe, once the terror of Europe, was a shadow of its former self. Most of its aircraft were grounded due to a lack of pilots or fuel, and the army, overstretched and demoralized, could no longer defend the line. What had once been a vast war machine had become a desperate defensive web. Improvised fortifications, hastily excavated trenches, and scattered artillery batteries were spread across the German landscape. Entire units were composed of schoolboys, factory hands, and wounded veterans. Berlin was named a fortress city, a final stronghold of resistance. But it was a fortress in name alone. The capital was unprepared for a siege. Its defenses were inconsistent. Its soldiers were raw. Its populace was depleted. For the Allies, the end was in sight. But so was the price. No one thought Germany would surrender without a fight. Hitler had been clear about that. He would go down swinging, taking his country with him into ruin if he had to. Every town, every village, every street would need to be taken by force. The Soviets, who had carried the heaviest burden on the Eastern Front, were ready to do just that. The Red Army's advance was not just a military action, it was personal. The 1941 invasion of the Soviet Union had resulted in tens of millions of deaths. Villages had been torched, civilians murdered, entire cities starved into submission. Now, as they pushed westward, Soviet soldiers brought with them not just weapons, but memories. Memories of suffering, loss, and betrayal. And with those came a desire for revenge. Stalin had his eyes set on Berlin. Though some in the Allied command felt the Western powers should capture the capital, it was Stalin who demanded Berlin be the prize of the East, the ultimate sign of Nazi defeat and Soviet triumph. Orders were given. The final offensive was readied. Commanders like Marshal Zhukov and Marshal Konev would spearhead the attack. Over 2 million men, thousands of tanks, and more artillery than ever seen in a single battle were assembled for the assault. To the west, the Americans and British were also making progress. Cities like Cologne, Frankfurt, and Nuremberg fell. The Rhine was crossed. Concentration camps were liberated, and with them, the full horror of the Holocaust was revealed. What the liberating soldiers discovered shocked the world: skeletal survivors, gas chambers, ovens, and mass graves. The myth of Nazi civilization was obliterated. The war, which had already been a contest for power and land, became something more profound, a confrontation with evil. But Berlin was still on the horizon, and the Soviets would reach it first. By March 1945, Berlin's fate was determined. The last preparations were being made. Soviet armies were gathering east of the Oder River, assembling in silence, waiting for the command to attack. Inside the city, officials braced for the worst. Hospitals were overflowing. Bunkers were reinforced. Propaganda implored citizens to fight to the last. But the people knew the truth. They had witnessed the fires in Dresden. They had heard the accounts from the east. They knew what was approaching. It was only a question of time. The scene was set for the last major battle of the European war. A battle that would not only determine the destiny of a capital, but also signify the end of an era. The Nazi regime, founded on lies, terror, and conquest, would make its final stand in the wreckage of its own creation. And history would document not just the strategies and maneuvers of armies, but the suffering of a people trapped in a dying city, and the silence that came after the guns finally ceased. As the cold grip of winter released its hold on the Eastern Front in early 1945, the Red Army stood ready to attack. Across the frozen plains of Poland, millions of Soviet soldiers readied themselves for the final drive toward the heart of Nazi Germany. The path to Berlin was short now, no longer a far-off fantasy, but an imminent objective. Stalin had set his sights resolutely on the German capital. Nothing less would be acceptable for the Soviet leader. Berlin was not just a military objective, it was a symbol, a prize, and a moment of reckoning. The Soviet Union had endured more than any other nation in the war. Over 20 million of its people were dead. Cities like Stalingrad, Leningrad, and Kiev had been turned to ash. Villages had been wiped off the map. Entire regions were marred by massacre, famine, and destruction. And now, with the momentum completely reversed, Stalin was determined to conclude what had started nearly 4 years prior. He would not delay. He would not share the moment of victory. Berlin had to fall to the Red Army, and it had to fall quickly. To command this massive operation, Stalin put his faith in 2 of his most seasoned generals, Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev. These men, tempered by years of savage warfare, led immense armies. They were soldiers of grit and discipline, forged in the heat of battles like Moscow and Kursk. Now, they were given the most ambitious and politically sensitive mission of the war, to race to Berlin, outmaneuvering not only the enemy, but also each other. Zhukov, at the head of the one-stone Belarusian front, would push westward through the center. His route was the most direct, but also the most heavily defended. Konev, leading the one-stone Ukrainian front, would attack further south, with the goal of encircling Berlin from below. Behind them, a third front under Marshal Rokossovsky would secure the northern flank. Together, these armies embodied the power of the Soviet war machine: over 2.5 million men, more than 6,000 tanks, and nearly 42,000 artillery pieces. It was the most formidable military force ever brought together on European soil. The offensive started on January 12, 1945, with the beginning of the Vistula Oder operation. The Red Army burst from its positions along the Vistula River, moving with a speed and ferocity that shocked the German defenders. Soviet artillery initiated the attack with a deafening barrage. Tens of thousands of shells screamed into the sky, turning the dawn into a conflagration. German lines disintegrated almost instantly. Weakened, depleted, and massively outnumbered, they could only offer minimal resistance. What came next was not a battle but a rout. In just 11 days, Soviet forces pushed over 300 kilometers. City after city was taken. Krakow, Lodz, Poznan. German units were overrun or completely bypassed. Tanks moved through shattered towns, through forests still locked in winter, through farmlands covered in snow. Refugees filled the roads, desperate to get away from the advancing wave. Columns of civilians, mothers, children, the elderly, walked westward, their possessions tied to carts, their faces gaunt with fear. Behind them came the Red Army, relentless, vengeful, unstoppable. By the end of January, Zhukov's forward units had made it to the Oder River, less than 70 kilometers from Berlin. It was an incredible accomplishment. The last natural defense before the German capital had been reached with astounding speed. For the Wehrmacht, it was a catastrophe. For the Soviet High Command, it was an opportunity. Stalin's ambition burned hotter than ever. Berlin was close, but he was not content with just being close. He wanted the city encircled, overwhelmed, and completely annihilated as a Nazi symbol. Yet, despite the rush, the Soviets did not immediately attack Berlin. Instead, Stalin called for a halt. Supplies needed to be brought up. Bridges over the Oder had to be constructed. Resistance on the flanks had to be eliminated. Furthermore, the political situation was becoming complicated. The Americans and British were approaching from the west. They had already crossed the Rhine. If they moved too far, too fast, there was a risk, however slight, that they might get to Berlin first. Stalin would not permit that. In February, he met with Churchill and Roosevelt at the Yalta Conference. There, with a map of Europe laid out before them, the Allied leaders planned the final moves of the war. Zones of occupation were determined. Germany would be split, but Berlin, though deep in the Soviet zone, was never officially designated as the exclusive prize of any one power. It was a detail left vague, possibly on purpose. Stalin departed Yalta with a quiet determination. There would be no doubt. His armies would capture Berlin. In the weeks that followed, Soviet forces spread out across eastern Germany. Silesia was taken. Pomerania was cleared. Konev's men pushed toward Dresden. Zhukov advanced toward Kustrin. German resistance became more intense, now not out of hope, but out of fear. Nazi propaganda had warned the German populace of what would happen if the Red Army arrived. Stories of atrocities, both true and exaggerated, spread rapidly. Civilians dug trenches. Volkssturm units were formed. Every city became a fortress, but the final result was no longer in question. The terrain ahead was challenging. Rivers, canals, and marshes slowed the advance. German forces destroyed bridges, mined roads, and used the natural features of the land to their advantage. But they could not halt the inevitable. Soviet engineers constructed pontoon bridges under fire. Artillery silenced enemy positions with brutal efficiency. The skies, once controlled by the Luftwaffe, now belonged to Soviet aircraft. Bombers and ground attack planes hammered German columns, rail junctions, and defensive positions with relentless accuracy. For Zhukov and Konev, the race to Berlin became a point of honor. Stalin, always a manipulator, fostered competition between his commanders. He dangled the prospect of glory, rewards, and eternal fame. The first to capture the city would be recorded in history as the vanquisher of Nazism's dark core. Both marshals knew it. Both pushed their men harder. By early April, the final phase was in motion. Soviet reconnaissance had charted the German defenses east of Berlin. The Seelow heights, low ridges behind the Oder, were heavily fortified. This would be Zhukov's first major challenge. Beyond them was the clear path to the capital. Konev, meanwhile, readied his forces to cross the Neisse River and swing north, possibly cutting off Berlin from the south. The trap was being laid. Behind the front lines, the atmosphere was tense but assured. Soviet soldiers, veterans of years of savage fighting, knew what was coming. Many had lost entire families. Their homes were gone. Their childhoods were buried in rubble. Now they marched for revenge. But they also marched for something more, for the promise of an end, for the silence that might come with victory. Some wrote letters home, scrawled on scraps of paper between fights. Others carved names on tank turrets or helmets, reminders of those they had lost or of the lives they hoped to reclaim. The war had altered them. Many would never be whole again, but they would see Berlin. As the Red Army pushed westward, the shape of the final battle became clear. Berlin was isolated, encircled. Every road in and out of the city was within artillery range. No reinforcements would arrive. No rescue was possible. The defenders would be on their own, outnumbered, outgunned, and ultimately outmaneuvered. For the German High Command, the situation was impossible. But Hitler would not leave. He believed a miracle would save them, that the Allies might turn on each other, that new weapons would change the tide, or that Germany could survive through pure willpower. These were delusions. The Red Army was no longer just on its way, it was arriving. By mid-April, the Oder was crossed. The guns of the Soviet front were now within range of Berlin itself. The Seelow Heights, Germany's last defensive line, would soon bear the full force of Soviet firepower. Beyond them, the city was waiting. And so, the final movement of the war's most terrible symphony started, a march toward ruin, justice, and resolution. The Soviet advance had carried them from the rubble of Stalingrad to the gates of Berlin. Now, history would observe as they stepped inside. In the first days of April 1945, as the Red Army advanced relentlessly toward Berlin, a peculiar quiet descended upon the city. The streets, marked by years of air raids and shortages, were more subdued than usual. There was apprehension, yes, but also a kind of resignation. Most Berliners understood the end was imminent. They had endured years of propaganda, of promises and threats, of victories now long forgotten in the face of brutal defeats. But as the Soviet cannons grew more audible in the distance, something shifted. A final directive emanated from the depths of the Reich Chancellery, a decree as insane as it was unyielding. Berlin would become a fortress. Adolf Hitler had commanded it himself. The city of Berlin, once the magnificent capital of Europe's most formidable empire, was to be defended street by street, house by house, until the last round was fired, until the last man was dead. He named it Operation Clausewitz, a name taken from the great Prussian military strategist. But there was no sophistication in this doctrine, no plan founded on reason. It was an act of desperation, the final spasm of a man and a regime on the verge of annihilation. On April 9, 1945, the Führer signed the directive. It was a death warrant for the city. Berlin was to be readied for a siege. All civilians not crucial to the defense were to be evacuated, though in reality this was nearly impossible. Trains no longer operated dependably. Roads were clogged with refugees from the east. Supplies had become a mere trickle. Nevertheless, the command was given. Anyone who stayed was expected to fight. There would be no surrender, no negotiation, no retreat. The city's governance was rapidly reorganized to match the new reality. Military zones were established. Emergency protocols were enacted. Old men were issued rifles. Teenage boys were given crash courses on how to use Panzerfausts, shoulder-launched anti-tank weapons they could barely manage. Women were tasked with digging trenches, transporting ammunition, and constructing barricades from bricks, furniture, and twisted steel. The once elegant avenues of Berlin were converted into a network of improvised defenses. Sandbags took the place of café tables. Anti-tank trenches sliced through city parks. And everywhere, the distinct smell of fear hung beneath the smoke. At the center of it all was Hitler, entombed beneath the Reich chancellery in a concrete bunker. His physical state had declined precipitously. His right hand shook uncontrollably. His speech was indistinct. He walked with a hunched, uneven gait, but his power remained absolute, at least within the contracting world of his inner sanctum. Surrounded by aides, secretaries, and generals, he shouted orders into the silence, directing divisions that no longer existed to armies that had already been vanquished. He refused to abandon Berlin. Some of his circle, most prominently Hermann Goering and Heinrich Himmler, started to make quiet arrangements for the post-Hitler period. But the Führer would not be moved. He had decided to stay in the capital, to command its defense in person, and to die, if need be, in its wreckage. He informed his staff that dying in Berlin was better than being captured. That, like Frederick the Great or Caesar, he would perish on the battlefield, confronting his foes with defiance. But there would be no battlefield in the conventional sense. Operation Clausewitz made the entire city a war zone. It was split into defense sectors, each given to different remnants of the German military. There were still some Wehrmacht units left in Berlin, fragments of shattered divisions brought from other fronts. But a large part of the burden was placed on the Volkssturm, the so-called People's Militia. These were not trained soldiers. They were civil servants, students, retirees, anyone who could still carry a weapon. Most had little training and even less equipment. But they were tasked with fighting Soviet tanks with handheld rockets and Molotov cocktails. Among them were children. Members of the Hitler Youth, some as young as 12, were formed into squads. They were lauded for their bravery in propaganda broadcasts, their faces shown on posters, their voices used in patriotic speeches. But in reality, they were terrified. Many would be killed in the coming days, crushed under rubble, shot down in the alleys of their own neighborhoods. They did not die for glory. They died because they had no other option. Berlin's defense was also given to the SS. Fanatical, ideologically committed, and ruthless, the Waffen-SS units in the city were among the most loyal to Hitler. They set up roadblocks, carried out summary executions, and enforced discipline with violence. Any sign of desertion or defiance was met with immediate, brutal punishment. As the Soviet artillery got louder, the SS hunted their own people more aggressively than they did the enemy. There was no room for doubt, only for obedience. The preparations for Clausewitz went on, even as the front collapsed around the city. By mid-April, the Soviets had made it to the eastern suburbs. Their artillery started to shell the outskirts, sending columns of smoke into the pale spring sky. In reaction, Berlin's defenders dug in deeper. Cellars were turned into bunkers. Bridges were rigged with explosives. Tram lines were torn up to create tank traps. The city's last fuel reserves were dedicated to the defensive lines, both figuratively and literally. If the Soviets broke through, entire districts were to be set on fire. Inside the Führer bunker, maps were covered in red pencil. Hitler pored over them obsessively, moving imaginary divisions to fill non-existent gaps. He was convinced that General Wenck's 12th Army, currently west of the city, could be turned around and sent to Berlin. He insisted that Steiner's forces, located north of the capital, would launch a bold flanking attack. But these units were either in retreat or too weak to mount a serious offensive. His staff knew this. His generals knew this. But no one dared to voice the truth. As the days went by, the mood in the bunker went from denial to delusion. Hitler gave long, rambling speeches about betrayal and fate. He accused the German people of letting him down, of being unworthy of his vision. He blamed his generals for cowardice, his allies for ineptitude. Yet, the defense of Berlin continued. Orders emanated like blood from a dying heart, fueling a defense that could not last. Above ground, the city's suffering increased. Air raids were a daily occurrence. Food was almost gone. Power failed in whole districts. Water had to be collected from bombed-out pipes and wells. Hospitals were overwhelmed with the wounded. Doctors performed surgery by candlelight. The dead were left in alleyways, wrapped in blankets, covered by debris, forgotten. And still, loudspeakers blared martial music. Still, leaflets were dropped from rooftops, calling on the people to resist, to fight for the Führer, to believe in a final victory. But belief was a scarce commodity. For every Berliner who still hoped, there were dozens who no longer cared. They remained indoors, quiet, waiting for the Soviets, waiting for the end. Operation Clausewitz had not saved Berlin, it had sentenced it. It did not bolster the city's resolve, it only extended its agony. Yet the engine of destruction moved on, methodically, unavoidably. Hitler's will, now disconnected from reason, dragged an entire city into the abyss. In those final days before the battle truly began, a strange quiet fell over Berlin. The distant sound of Soviet guns was like approaching thunder. The streets were empty, the churches were closed, the schools were silent. It was the calm before the storm, the breath before the fall. And somewhere beneath the ruined capital, in a bunker buried in concrete and fear, Adolf Hitler waited for glory, for annihilation, for a history he could no longer shape. The people of Berlin waited too, but their waiting was different. They did not hope for victory. They hoped only to survive. Some prayed, some got ready to flee, others just sat by their windows and listened. Listened for the sound of the city breaking, for the walls shaking under artillery, for the footsteps of soldiers they had never seen but had feared for years. It was a city on the edge, caught between two worlds, the last moments of a failed empire and the first moments of its judgment. In the days to come, every street would become a battlefield. Every building would be fought for. Every block would be soaked in the blood of those drafted into a war they could no longer understand. But on this day, with the order signed and the snares laid, Berlin was still. Not in defiance, not in triumph, but in grim, breathless anticipation of the nightmare that was about to start. By April 1945, the end of the war in Europe was not only apparent, it was certain. The Third Reich was collapsing on all fronts. In the West, American and British forces were advancing across the German landscape with a momentum that had become unstoppable. Town after town was captured, their defenders either surrendering in large numbers or retreating in chaos. The Rhine had been breached. The Siegfried Line, once seen as Germany's great western defense, lay broken behind them. What was left was an open road, soft ground, and the shattered spine of a dying empire. Morale among the Allied troops was high, but it was a guarded optimism, the kind born not of celebration but of weariness. For the soldiers who had landed on the beaches of Normandy, who had fought through the hedgerows of France, the frozen forests of the Ardennes, and the bridges of Holland. The war had been long and brutal. And now, after nearly a year of pushing east, the prize of Berlin was just out of reach. The German capital was only 100 miles away. The path was open, the way was clear, and yet they would stop. On April 25, 1945, American and Soviet forces made contact at the Elbe River near the town of Torgau. The handshake between these two armies, captured by photographers and celebrated by politicians, was hailed as a moment of victory, a symbol of unity between East and West. But it was also a demarcation, an unseen line drawn not just on a map but across history itself, because from that point on, the race for Berlin was finished. at least for the Western Allies. The capital of the Third Reich would not be theirs for the taking. The reasons for this stop were numerous: military, political, and practical. At the core of it was a series of choices made months before, far from the battlefields of Europe. At the Yalta Conference in February, the leaders of the Allied powers, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, had met to design the world that would come from the ruins of the war. There, amidst the marble columns and grand rooms of the Crimean resort, they had made agreements about the future of Germany, the borders of Europe, and the zones of occupation that would follow the victory. Berlin, though never officially designated as the exclusive prize of any single nation, was situated deep within the territory allocated to the Soviets. The reasoning was straightforward: they were closer. The Red Army had borne the heaviest burden of the fighting on the Eastern Front, had suffered losses on an unimaginable scale, and now stood within striking distance of the German capital. To Churchill and Roosevelt, ceding control of Berlin to Stalin seemed a reasonable concession, a gesture of respect, and a means of maintaining cooperation with a volatile but crucial ally. There was also the issue of casualties. Allied commanders, especially General Dwight D. Eisenhower, were acutely aware of the price that an all-out attack on Berlin would demand. Urban combat was notoriously lethal, and Berlin, with its fortifications, its maze of streets, and its last-ditch defenders, promised to be another Stalingrad. Intelligence reports indicated the Soviets were already willing to make that kind of sacrifice. Eisenhower was not. For him, the war was almost over. Germany's military strength was gone. The industrial centers of the Ruhr Valley had been taken. The remains of the Wehrmacht were surrendering en masse. The liberation of the concentration camps, horrific and surreal, had exposed the regime's crimes, reinforcing the rightness of their cause. There was no reason, Eisenhower felt, to lose more American lives for a city that would fall soon anyway. He made his decision clear in late March. The Western Allies would not advance on Berlin. Instead, they would concentrate on clearing southern Germany, dealing with remaining pockets of resistance, and preventing any final stands in the Alps or Bavaria. It was a decision based on logic. In strategic terms, it was sound. But in the hearts of some Allied soldiers, and many later historians, it carried a bitter weight. To the men who had fought and bled their way across a continent, the idea of stopping just short of Berlin felt like a denial, not of duty but of completion. They had marched through hell to get to the gates of evil, and now, with victory so close, they were ordered to stand down. For some, it felt like history was being given away, and with it, the right to pen the final words of the war in Europe. There were also political figures who disagreed. Winston Churchill, always suspicious of Soviet motives, had argued strongly for an Allied push on Berlin. He was worried about what would happen next, that Stalin's armies, if not checked, would take more than their share of post-war Europe. He wanted the Western Allies to seize as much territory as possible, not just for strategic benefit, but as a barrier against communist expansion. But Churchill's concerns were moderated by exhaustion and realpolitik. Roosevelt was seriously ill, Eisenhower was cautious, and public opinion in both the United States and Britain was strongly in favor of ending the war as quickly and with as little loss of life as possible. And so, the Western Allies stopped at the Elbe. In that moment of quiet, as American soldiers looked east across the river, they could see the smoke rising from Berlin. The sky was black with ash. The horizon was lit by fire. The guns of the Red Army were already battering the city. The Soviet flag, not the stars and stripes, would soon be raised over the Reichstag. But the story didn't conclude at the river. In towns and villages along the Elbe, Americans and Soviets mixed cautiously at first, then more freely. They traded gifts, food, and stories. For a short time, the unity of purpose that had propelled the Allies from the beaches of Normandy and the ruins of Stalingrad felt complete. Two worlds had come together for a common cause. Yet beneath the surface, the seeds of a new conflict were already starting to grow. The division between East and West, between democracy and totalitarianism, would solidify in the years to come. The Iron Curtain had not yet descended, but its shadow was already growing longer. Back in Berlin, the price of that division would be paid in full. The Soviets, in their final assault, would lose tens of thousands of men. The city would be torn apart, shelled, and burned. The victory would be theirs, but it would come at an enormous price. And in the end, the Berlin they took would not be a symbol of victory, but a ruin to be split, occupied, and rebuilt under opposing banners. The Western Allies did not capture Berlin, but they helped to bring the war to an end. They liberated camps, freed cities, and destroyed the Nazi war machine from the West. They watched from the Elbe as history took a different turn. Not a wrong one, but one influenced by compromise, fear, and the cold calculations of geopolitics. In the final weeks of the war, as peace drew closer with every mile, the Western Allies held back, not out of weakness, but because the future had already been decided, the maps had been made, the parts had been cast. And Berlin, the city at the core of the Reich, would fall not by their hands, but by another's. It was a moment of self-control, a decision that would resonate not just through the final days of the war, but into the decades that followed. The Western Allies stopped at the Elbe, and the world would be forever changed. By early April 1945, the Soviet war machine was like a tensed beast on the banks of the Oder and Neisse rivers. Its muscles were taut, its engines were running, and its sights were fixed on a single objective, Berlin. The final act of the war in Europe was imminent, and Stalin had made his intentions crystal clear. The Red Army would capture the capital of the Third Reich. No other flag would be raised over its smoldering ruins. No other boots would tread its broken streets. It was to be a Soviet victory, absolute, merciless, and final. The preparations for this massive operation did not begin with a single command, but with a deliberate and terrifying build-up. For months, the Red Army had advanced across the eastern parts of Germany, tightening its grip with brutal efficiency. In its path, cities lay in ruins, bridges were destroyed, and roads were cratered. German resistance had become sporadic, desperate, and disorganized. And yet, Stalin demanded more. He wanted a tempest, a show of force so massive that it would crush not just the German military, but the very will of a dying nation to fight. He wanted Berlin to be encircled not by an army, but by a thunderclap of history. To accomplish this, he called for the greatest concentration of firepower the European continent had ever witnessed. Across the flatlands east of Berlin, the ground shook with the weight of armored columns. Soviet tanks moved forward in unending convoys, the T-34 seconds, rugged and dependable, gleaming with dust and oil. Behind them came the heavier IS-2 seconds, their thick armor and 122mm guns designed to demolish bunkers and tear apart anything in their way. Tank crews inspected their weapons, refueled their engines, and loaded ammunition with expert hands. Many had scars from past battles. Some had driven from the ruins of Stalingrad, others from the blood-soaked fields of Kursk. Now they were getting ready for the end, for Berlin. Artillery units were positioned along the Oder and the Neisse, stretching from one horizon to the other. Katyusha rocket launchers, mounted on trucks, stood in silent rows, prepared to unleash a symphony of destruction. Howitzers, field guns and mortars, tens of thousands in all, were meticulously placed and aimed. The Soviet doctrine was straightforward and cruel: destroy everything in the enemy's way before the infantry even entered. Infantry divisions formed up behind the guns, hardened, battle-proven, and filled with purpose. These were not the green, untrained soldiers of 1941. These men had fought in every major campaign since the tide had turned. They had crossed rivers under fire, taken cities block by block, and buried comrades in the frozen mud. Their uniforms were tattered, their faces were weary, but their spirits were forged in survival, and their goal was set. Over 2.5 million Soviet troops were gathered for the attack on Berlin. From the north, Marshal Zhukov's one-stone Belarusian front. From the south, Marshal Konev's one-stone Ukrainian front. And guarding the flanks, Marshal Rokossovsky's second Belarusian front. This was not a pincer movement. It was a closing fist, a three-pronged hammer that would strike with devastating speed and force. Supplies were brought in around the clock. Soviet logistics officers worked without a break, coordinating an operation of unprecedented size. Ammunition dumps were filled to capacity. Fuel convoys moved through the countryside, protected by infantry and anti-aircraft guns. Field hospitals were set up, trenches were dug, and communication lines were laid. Engineers built pontoon bridges across rivers, often under enemy fire, ensuring that tanks and artillery could cross without losing momentum. Behind the lines, the political apparatus was just as active. Commissars gave speeches to the assembled troops, invoking the memory of fallen comrades and the righteousness of their cause. Berlin was not just another target, it was the enemy's den, the source of their betrayal, the heart of fascist darkness. Stalin's orders were clear, no mercy for the creators of this nightmare. The Red Army was not only freeing Europe, it was delivering justice. Morale soared with the promise of a final resolution. For Soviet soldiers, Berlin was not just a city, it was a symbol of revenge, of victory, of an end to the suffering. They remembered the pain of Leningrad, where children had starved in silence as German shells fell from the sky. They remembered the burned remains of their villages, their mothers and sisters murdered in cold blood. Berlin was a reckoning, and they would not be denied. Yet, even amidst this surge of determination, there was a quiet burden on the men. They knew what was waiting for them. Urban combat was a nightmare they had experienced before in Warsaw, in Budapest, and most famously in Stalingrad. They knew the Germans would fight to the last. Every building could be a fortress, every window a sniper's nest, every cellar a trap. The closer they got to Berlin, the harder it would be, but the Soviets were ready. Their experience in street fighting had influenced their tactics. Forward reconnaissance units would test the defenses. Assault groups would advance block by block with close artillery and tank support. Specialized demolition teams were trained to clear buildings room by room, using grenades, flamethrowers, and pure aggression. They would not repeat the costly errors of past campaigns. This time, they would attack with coordination and overwhelming force. In meetings with his generals, Stalin pushed for speed, but not for haste. He wanted Berlin taken quickly, before the Western allies could get involved. But he insisted that every inch be captured with total control. Zhukov and Konev knew the stakes. They knew this was not just a military operation, it was a political spectacle. The first flag on top of the Reichstag would bring not only victory, but also a lasting legacy. Tensions were high even within the Soviet ranks. Zhukov and Konev, though veterans and heroes, were rivals in both position and ambition. Each desired the honor of taking the city. Stalin, always skilled at manipulation, encouraged this competition. He used their pride against each other, knowing it would speed up the attack. But beneath this rivalry was a shared understanding: failure was not an option. The eyes of the world would be on Berlin and on them. As April progressed, the front lines grew restless. The soldiers waited in silence as the final plans were drawn on maps and whispered through radio channels. The weather was cool. The skies were grey. The ground, still damp from the spring rains, was churned up by tank treads and marching boots. The landscape was desolate, grey, and strangely still, a calm that could only precede a storm. Then the command was given. In the early hours of April 16, 1945, the Soviet guns began to fire. The sky was lit up with the fury of 1,000 storms. Artillery hammered the Seelow heights, Germany's last defensive position east of Berlin. The roar was deafening. The ground shook for miles. Flames reached for the darkness. Trees were splintered. Bunkers were destroyed. And the Red Army advanced. The battle for Berlin had started. But even before that first shell was fired, the Soviet war machine had already won something more profound: the readiness to end this war, no matter the cost. What came next would be among the bloodiest and most brutal battles of the 20th century. But for the soldiers now pushing westward, the purpose was clear. They were not just the warriors of a nation, they were the judgment of history. And Berlin was waiting. The night before the attack on the Seelow heights was cold and damp. A steady rain fell across the marshy lands of the Oder River, soaking through uniforms, seeping into boots, and turning the ground under the Soviet camps into a thick, clinging mud. But no one griped. No one stirred. They waited in silence. 2.5 million Soviet soldiers were hidden in the darkness, their eyes focused on the western horizon. where the final entrance to Berlin stood, the Seelow Heights. These ridges, not very high but strategically crucial, rose just past the Oder. For the German defenders, they were the last natural obstacle before the capital. For the Red Army, they were the final challenge in a 1,000-mile journey that had started in the ruins of Stalingrad. Beyond these hills was the heart of the Third Reich, and the command had been given, break through or die. On the morning of April 16, 1945, just before 4 a.m., the Soviet attack started with a thunderclap. More than 9,000 artillery pieces fired in unison, pouring death onto the German positions. The night sky was lit with flashes of red and white. The ground shook like an earthquake. Trees were torn to shreds, trenches caved in, and buildings were consumed by flames. And from the east, the Soviet tanks began to move. Marshal Georgy Zhukov had planned the attack with his usual aggression. He would lead the one-stone Belarusian front in a direct assault on the Seelow Heights, the strongest part of the German defensive line. To the south, Marshal Ivan Konev's one-stone Ukrainian front would push toward the Spree River and meet up with Zhukov's forces for the final push on Berlin. And to the north, Rokossovsky's second Belarusian front would attack the German coastal defenses, cutting off any reinforcements. But it was Zhukov who had been given the main task and the responsibility of breaking open the German gate. The attack, however, did not start as he had planned. Hitler's generals, though desperate and outmatched, had prepared for this attack with grim determination. General Gotthard Heinrici, commander of Army Group Vistula, had anticipated the Soviet artillery barrage. He had commanded his troops to leave their forward trenches just before the bombardment started, saving thousands from the initial onslaught. When the Soviet shells finally stopped and the infantry moved forward, the Germans went back to their positions and opened fire. The slaughter started instantly. Zhukov's men were advancing not into a destroyed defense, but into a deadly ambush. Machine guns swept the open fields. Mortars rained down. Anti-tank shells ripped through Soviet armor, turning tanks into fireballs. The Seelow Heights, slippery with mud and thick with smoke, became a killing field. And yet, the Red Army kept advancing. Wave after wave of Soviet infantry pushed forward. Some waded through chest-deep water in the flooded plains, holding their rifles above their heads. Others crawled through the mud, pulling their wounded comrades behind them. Tank commanders yelled orders through smoke-filled radios, navigating their vehicles through improvised paths filled with mines. Engineers worked frantically to build bridges across the marshes, often under direct fire. Every gain was measured in inches. Every step forward was paid for with a terrible price. The Seelow Heights, which looked like gentle slopes from a distance, became cliffs of steel and blood. For 3 full days the battle raged without a break. Artillery from both sides turned the ground into an unrecognizable mess of craters and bodies. The air smelled of cordite, oil, and burning flesh. Screams echoed across the hills. Commands, curses and cries for medics that would never be answered. Zhukov, angered by the slow progress, ordered his forces to push harder. He called for reinforcements, brought in more armor, and increased the artillery. But the Germans, knowing this was their last stand, fought with a determination that amazed even the most experienced Soviet officers. Units that had been retreating for months now held their ground with fanatical determination. Hitler had called Berlin a fortress. These men were its guardians. Meanwhile, to the south, Konev's one-stone Ukrainian front was having more success. His forces met less organized resistance and advanced quickly toward the Spree. Stalin, watching both offensives from his command center, saw an opportunity and a competition. He gave Konev permission to turn some of his forces north toward Berlin itself, setting up a dramatic race to the capital between his 2 most decorated marshals. Back on the Seelow Heights, the Soviet casualties were piling up. Bodies lay tangled in the mud, frozen in unnatural positions, their helmets cracked, their rifles broken. Medics pulled the wounded back under sniper fire, treating them in makeshift shelters dug into the hillsides. Supplies were low, ammunition was rationed. Sleep was a luxury no one could afford. And still, they pushed forward. On April 19th, After 3 days of relentless fighting, the German lines started to break. Exhausted, outnumbered, and cut off from reinforcements, the defenders began to fall back toward the city. Soviet troops finally reached the top of the heights, looking west across the plains that led directly to Berlin. They didn't cheer. They didn't celebrate. There was no sense of victory, only a grim resolve. They had broken through the gate. Now they would enter the lion's den. For the German High Command, the fall of the Seelow Heights was a disaster. It was the collapse of the last real defensive position before the capital. Hitler, still deep in his bunker, refused to see the danger. He ordered counterattacks that would never happen, talked about divisions that no longer existed, and insisted that Berlin could still be saved. But for those on the ground, reality had set in. The road to Berlin was open, and the Red Army was on its way. In the aftermath of the battle, the terrain showed the scale of the carnage. The ridgelines were torn and cratered. Burned-out tanks lay like skeletons across the hills. Abandoned equipment, discarded rifles, and shattered helmets marked the path of the Soviet advance. And everywhere were the dead, German and Soviet alike, their bodies now a part of the earth they had fought so fiercely to control. The crossing of the Oder and the battle for the Seelow Heights was not just a military fight, it was a reckoning. A brutal, costly, and necessary first step to the final battle in Berlin. The Soviet war machine, forged in fire and tempered by loss, had proven its determination once more. And as it moved forward, closer now than ever to the heart of the Nazi regime, it brought with it not just revenge, but an unstoppable force. The fall of the Seelow Heights echoed like thunder across Germany. There was no more time, no more defenses, no more hope. Berlin was waiting. April 16, 1945. Before the sun had risen over eastern Germany, the horizon was set ablaze with fire. At exactly 3 a.m., the earth shook under the force of one of the largest artillery barrages in the history of warfare. Soviet guns, thousands of them, fired in a deafening, blinding chorus. It was not just the start of an offensive, it was the beginning of an inferno. The air was torn apart by the roar of shells. The sky was lit with the red glow of rocket trails. Across the Oder River on the German side, men were jolted from their sleep only to be engulfed in flames. The Seelow Heights, a series of low ridges along the western banks of the Oder, had become the last fortress before Berlin. From their peaks, the defenders could see far across the floodplains. They knew this was where the Red Army would attack, and they knew they were outnumbered, outgunned, and outmatched. But still, they stood and waited. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, leading the one-stone Belarusian front, had been given the most important task. His goal was to break through these fortified heights and clear the path to Berlin. The Soviet High Command demanded a decisive victory, and Zhukov was determined to provide it. But the terrain, the enemy, and the very timing of the attack would combine to turn this moment into a crucible. The night before the attack, the German General Gotthard Heinrici, a tough, detail-oriented commander, had made a calculated move. Expecting the Soviet barrage, he had ordered his front-line units to pull back from their forward trenches. His timing was perfect. When the Soviet guns started their massive shelling, the positions they hit were already deserted. As the Soviet infantry pushed forward, thinking the defenses had been destroyed, they were met with a fierce counterattack from hidden German positions further back. Zhukov's forces were thrown into chaos. Instead of advancing through broken lines, they were caught in a brutal, grinding fight. The marshes of the Oder, already high with spring rains, became traps. Soviet tanks and trucks got stuck in the mud, becoming easy targets for German anti-tank weapons. Infantrymen had to wade through icy water under constant machine gun fire. Smoke covered the battlefield. Visibility was low. Confusion was high. Officers yelled into radios that had stopped working. Runners were shot down before they could deliver their messages. And still the command came: advance. By midday, the bloodshed had reached incredible levels. Each wave of Soviet troops that moved forward across the soaked plains was met with intense fire. German gunners in concrete emplacements mowed down soldiers by the hundreds. Mortar shells rained down on the open fields, exploding among the tightly packed formations. The Seelow Heights became a furnace of war, and every inch of ground was paid for with a staggering price. Zhukov, under immense pressure from Stalin to succeed, refused to retreat. He sent in his reserves. Tank brigades were thrown into the battle with little support, sometimes even without infantry. Some advanced blindly through thick fog and smoke, only to be destroyed by hidden artillery or mines. Crews were burned alive in their steel coffins, others drowned in the flooded ditches, their screams lost in the thunder of the guns. The battle raged on into the night. Rockets lit up the sky in arcs of flame. The cries of the wounded echoed from the riverbanks to the hills. Field hospitals were overflowing. Medics pulled the dying through the mud with their bare hands, stuffing wounds with whatever rags they could find. Chaplains gave last rites in hurried whispers before moving to the next body. No one had time to mourn. No one had time to think. There was only forward. The second day brought no break. Reinforcements arrived, exhausted men who had marched for days without sleep. They were sent directly into the fire. The Germans had laid thousands of mines. Every path was booby-trapped. Every house, every hedgerow, every barn had become a fortress. Soviet sappers, armed with wire cutters and iron nerves, crawled ahead of the infantry, clearing paths inch by inch, only to be torn apart before they could finish their task. German casualties were high, but the defenders fought with a grim desperation. Young boys in the Volkssturm, some no older than 15, clutched Panzerfausts and waited for tanks to pass. Veterans from the Eastern Front, hardened by years of retreat, now made their final stand. They knew the Red Army would be merciless, and they had nowhere else to go. Zhukov knew the cost was rising, but he also knew that failure was not an option. Stalin was watching. Konev was advancing from the south, getting closer to Berlin from another direction. The political weight of the moment was on every decision. The Seelow Heights had to be taken. On April 18th, the third day, the Soviets launched a massive coordinated attack. Artillery once again covered the heights. The Katyusha rocket launchers, the dreaded Stalin's organs, screamed through the air, raining fire and terrifying explosions. Entire hilltops were engulfed in flames. Trees were shredded. Trenches collapsed. For the first time, the German line truly began to break. Soviet infantry, supported by fresh units, stormed forward behind a rolling barrage. The ground was soaked in blood and rain. They clawed their way up the slopes, fighting room by room, trench by trench. Flamethrowers cleared out bunkers. Grenades were thrown with a mechanical rhythm. The defenders, overwhelmed and exhausted, started to fall back in chaos. By the morning of April 19, after 3 days of some of the most brutal fighting seen in the war, the Seelow Heights were in Soviet hands. The German defense had been shattered. Smoke rose from every ridge. Bodies, Soviet and German alike, lay in grotesque stillness. Tanks, wrecked and burning, dotted the fields like monuments to madness. The Oder Plain had become a graveyard. Estimates vary, but it is believed that the Red Army lost nearly 30,000 men in those 3 days. Another 100,000 were wounded. German losses, though smaller in absolute numbers, were just as catastrophic. The last line before Berlin had been broken, but it had come at a high price. Zhukov stood among the ruins, looking at the cost. His uniform was muddy. His face was expressionless. The road to Berlin was open now, but it was paved with the blood of thousands. There was no cheering among the officers, no victory shout from the men, only exhaustion, only the grim knowledge that the worst was still to come. The Seelow Heights were no longer a defensive position, they were a tomb, and beyond them, Berlin was burning. On the horizon, the final battle was near. The smoke of the Seelow Heights had not yet cleared when the Soviet columns began to move again. Engines groaned back to life. Tracks ground forward through the churned soil of the battle. The cost of the heights weighed heavy, but there was no pause, no time to reflect. Berlin loomed just 30 miles away, and Stalin had given the order, surround the city, cut it off from the world, and seal the fate of the Third Reich. The Soviet war machine, battered but relentless, began its final maneuver. From the north, Marshal Georgy Zhukov's one-stone Belarusian front pushed through the broken remnants of the German resistance. Tanks crawled forward like steel beetles, crushing fences, trees, and what remained of rural homes. The countryside had been scorched by days of artillery, its fields littered with twisted wreckage and the dead. But through it all, the Red Army surged, driven by a singular purpose: encircle the enemy, tighten the noose. Zhukov's forces veered southwest from the Seelow sector, striking toward the outer suburbs of Berlin. Villages fell quickly. Some were defended by last-ditch units, old men with rifles, teenage boys with grenades. Others were abandoned entirely. The German command structure was collapsing. Orders were delayed or lost. Communication lines were shredded. Panic spread faster than bullets. Refugees clogged the roads, pushing carts and dragging children, only to be overtaken by Soviet tanks thundering toward the capital. To the south, Marshal Ivan Konev's one-stone Ukrainian front was advancing with equal fury. After breaking through at the Neisse River, his troops raced northwest toward the capital. They were under strict instructions: reach the southwestern approaches of Berlin before Zhukov. Stalin had set the stage for a dangerous rivalry, encouraging his two most powerful marshals to outmaneuver one another. Victory, honor, and political capital awaited the one who reached the city first. Konev's tanks moved with terrifying speed. They bypassed pockets of resistance, leaving infantry to mop up behind them. The goal was not to fight through every town, but to move fast enough to cut Berlin off completely. By April 21st, Konev's lead units had reached the outskirts of Zossen, just south of the capital. There, in underground bunkers, lay the headquarters of the German Army High Command, OKH. The Red Army surrounded it within hours. Those inside either surrendered or fled. The symbolic weight of that moment was clear. The German military machine had lost its brain. At the same time, to the northwest, Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front moved in to block any German reinforcement from the Baltic or the remnants of Army Group Vistula. Though his forces were not the main spearhead, their role was critical to ensure no relief could reach Berlin and no escape could be made. Within days, the Soviet pincers began to close. On April 23, the noose tightened. Konev's units linked with Zhukov's forces near Teltow, southwest of Berlin. At the same time, Soviet spearheads pushed into the northern suburbs, cutting off the last major roads. By April 25, the circle was complete. Berlin was encircled. A city of over 2 million people had been sealed inside a ring of fire and steel. For the German defenders, the realization came like a thunderclap. There would be no reinforcements, no breakout, no retreat. The city, already choked with refugees and crumbling from aerial bombardment, was now alone. Hitler, still entrenched in his Führerbunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, refused to leave. He issued desperate commands to phantom armies, ordering counterattacks from divisions that had ceased to exist. His generals, grim-faced and silent, obeyed only in ritual. Inside Berlin, the mood shifted from dread to despair. Civilians dug trenches in city parks. School children were handed rifles. Volkssturm units, hastily trained and poorly armed, were deployed to major intersections. The police handed out white armbands to those willing to fight. Old World War I veterans were pulled from retirement and placed at barricades. There was no grand strategy, only madness and desperation. Meanwhile, Soviet artillery was brought forward. Thousands of guns were positioned around the perimeter of the city, each assigned coordinates deep into the urban sprawl. Rocket launchers were placed within range. The plan was simple: saturate the defenses, then move in, block by block. Zhukov and Konev both knew the fight ahead would be savage. Berlin was a fortress now, not because of its defenses, but because of what it represented, the last city of the Reich. Every road into the city now became a corridor of death. Soviet tanks rumbled down boulevards lined with rubble. Snipers hid in attics, in chimneys, in church steeples. German soldiers blew bridges as they retreated, turning canals into choke points. Buildings were mined. Trenches were dug across city streets. But none of it could stop the red tide. The Luftwaffe had long since lost control of the skies. Soviet aircraft roamed freely, strafing any movement, dropping bombs on key intersections, railway stations, and suspected command posts. The once great capital of Hitler's empire now resembled a graveyard. Smoke curled above the rooftops. Fires raged with no one left to put them out. The sound of artillery never ceased. Day and night, the city shook with impact after impact. Inside the encirclement, fear reigned. Civilians were packed into cellars. Hospitals overflowed with the wounded. Food supplies dwindled. Water lines broke. Communications were sporadic. Rumors spread like wildfire that the Allies would arrive, that Hitler had a secret weapon, that the Soviets would show no mercy. Each one offered hope or horror, depending on the ear that heard it. But outside the city, the Soviets were methodical. Units were rotated. Command posts were established. Every avenue of approach was mapped, every building numbered, every street marked. Forward observers called in strikes with precision. Engineers cleared paths for armor. Medics set up triage points just behind the front. The Red Army was no longer moving. It was tightening, coiling, readying for the final kill. Zhukov and Konev met briefly during the encirclement, sharing information, coordinating attacks, but still measuring each other. Stalin's game had worked. Neither would yield the glory of Berlin. And so their forces continued to press from multiple directions, sometimes even competing for key districts. The city would not be taken in a single thrust. It would be devoured from all sides. By the end of April 25, Berlin was completely cut off. The last road had been severed. The last train had run. No messages were getting out. No supplies were getting in. The only thing left was war. And inside, the German defenders prepared for the final siege. Every corner would be contested. Every room could become a battlefield. The Red Army had surrounded Berlin. Now it would bury it. But the city would not go quietly. And the battle, the real battle, had only just begun. Berlin, in the final days of April 1945, was no longer a capital. It was a tomb waiting to be sealed. Once a vibrant heart of Europe, the city had been hollowed out by years of war, months of bombing, and now the looming shadow of its own destruction. With the Red Army encircling the outskirts, Berlin became a cauldron of fear, despair, and waiting. There was no escape, no way out. Those who remained, civilians, conscripted defenders, and the loyal few who still followed the Führer, were left to face the end. In the streets above, artillery pounded endlessly. It came from every direction, thunderous salvos of shells crashing into buildings, tearing open walls, and collapsing entire apartment blocks in seconds. The once proud avenues of the Reich's capital were now canyons of broken concrete and fire. Smoke blanketed the sky, obscuring the sun, leaving a grey and yellow haze that hung like a death shroud over the city. But the real story of Berlin now lay below the surface, beneath the streets, inside the cellars, in the basements of shattered homes where thousands upon thousands of civilians took refuge. These were ordinary people, shopkeepers, teachers, housewives, children, the old, the wounded. Many had nowhere else to go. Others had simply given up trying to flee. The roads were destroyed. Trains no longer ran. The Red Army had sealed the exits. And so they stayed, in whatever shelter they could find, beneath the crumbling skeleton of their city, waiting. Basements became bunkers. Families huddled in corners, surrounded by what little they had salvaged, blankets, tin cans, sometimes a single candle for light. The silence between the bombardments was deafening. Then came the blast again. The rumble, the groan of buildings giving way, the choking dust, the screams. Each day blurred into the next. Food was scarce, and what remained had long since turned stale or spoiled. Ration cards were now meaningless scraps of paper. A few potatoes might be shared among 10. Bread, if it could be found, was rationed to crumbs. Children cried from hunger. Mothers boiled water, not to cook, but to create the illusion of a meal. The elderly, too weak to move, simply lay still and waited for either silence or impact. The fear of starvation was rivaled only by the terror of what came next. Everyone knew the Soviets were coming, and rumors swirled with every passing hour. Some whispered of vengeance, of what had happened in East Prussia, in Silesia, in the towns and villages that now lay behind the Red Army's line. tales of atrocities, of women dragged from cellars, of men executed on sight. Whether true or embellished, they were believed absolutely. In many basements, women prepared in their own grim ways. Mothers cut the long hair from their daughters, hoping to make them appear younger or less noticeable. Some smeared ash across their faces, trying to disguise beauty with filth. Others kept a final dose of poison close at hand, a last defense should the worst arrive. Even as the city collapsed, Hitler's regime clung to delusion. Loudspeakers still broadcast Goebbels' voice, urging courage, loyalty, sacrifice. Propaganda leaflets fluttered through the rubble, declaring that salvation was near, that Steiner's counterattack would drive the Soviets back, that victory was still possible. But few believed it anymore. They could hear the truth in the distance, the steady, relentless thunder of artillery growing louder each day. Schools had closed long ago, but many of their students now wore uniforms, not as scholars but as soldiers. Hitler youth brigades were given Panzerfausts and told to defend intersections. Teenagers crouched behind barricades of overturned streetcars, their faces pale with fear, their hands trembling. Most had never fired a weapon before. Some never would. The churches that still stood were filled not with services, but with desperate prayers. Candles flickered on stone altars. Confessions were whispered in corners. The faithful begged for mercy, for peace, for something, anything, to spare their families. But the heavens, long silent, offered no answer, only the echo of another distant blast. Hospitals, too, had become overwhelmed. Nurses moved. Through corridors packed with the dying. Supplies had run dry. Morphine was gone. Surgeons worked with dull blades and gauze made from torn sheets. The screams of the wounded never stopped. Sometimes the only mercy left was a quick end, and in many cases even that was denied. Yet, even amid the horror, there were flickers of humanity. In one basement, a pianist played a broken melody on an upright piano, still intact after the upper floors had caved in. Children huddled around the sound, wide-eyed and silent. For a moment, the war faded. In another shelter, a woman who had once been a schoolteacher told stories by candlelight, fairy tales recited from memory to a group of frightened children and tearful mothers. Laughter was rare, but it still existed, if only for a breath. Above them, the city groaned under the Soviet barrage. Buildings that had survived years of bombing finally gave way. Landmarks vanished in clouds of ash. The Brandenburg Gate, though still standing, was blackened by fire and scarred by shrapnel. The Tiergarten, once a lush park in the heart of the capital, had become a battlefield. Its trees were shattered, its statues toppled, trenches dug where flowers had once bloomed. Electricity flickered across the city, then vanished entirely. Water lines burst. Gas lines exploded. Berlin was dying, not just militarily but physically, structurally. The bones of the city cracked under the weight of war. And inside its chest, the people waited. There was no calendar anymore, no clock that mattered. Day and night merged beneath the rubble. The world outside became unknowable, a place of shifting shadows, of strange languages shouted through loudspeakers, of tanks grinding over pavement. Berliners could only guess what street they still lived on, what buildings still stood above their heads. And yet, some clung to hope. A whisper that perhaps the Western Allies would arrive, that perhaps an agreement would be struck, or the Americans would reach the Elbe, or someone, anyone, would stop what was coming. But each day, those whispers faded, and the thunder of Soviet guns grew closer. Then came the first shells inside the city proper. On April 23, artillery began to fall not just on the outskirts, but into the heart of Berlin. Entire blocks disappeared. The walls of shelters cracked. Dust rained from the ceilings. Panic turned to terror. People clutched their loved ones and waited for the ceiling to collapse. Every explosion could be the last. In some shelters, the silence after a strike was unbearable. Survivors held their breath, unsure if they were buried or spared. Some dug through the rubble with bare hands, searching for voices. Others wept quietly, their faces streaked with ash and hopelessness. And still, life clung on. A midwife delivered a baby in the darkness, using boiled rainwater and thread from her own coat. A father read from a battered Bible while shells fell overhead. A grandmother shared her last piece of bread between 4 children, saying she was not hungry. This was Berlin, not the Berlin of rallies and marches, not the Berlin of parades and speeches. This was the Berlin of humanity, broken, starved, terrified, and still, somehow, alive. But no one could deny what was coming. The Red Army was inside the outer districts now. Street fighting had begun. The front lines were no longer far away. They were moving block by block. Gunfire echoed in the distance. Tanks rolled over bodies. The defenders were being pushed back into the city's heart, and for those still in their basements, there would be no more illusion. Berlin was a battlefield, and everyone in it, soldier or civilian, had become a part of the war. No one knew when it would end, but everyone knew how it would. Beneath the shattered surface of Berlin, as the Soviet artillery carved the city above into ruins, the Führer bunker remained a cocoon of flickering light and stale air, a prison of concrete and steel, buried deep beneath the Reich chancellery. It was not a command post anymore. It was a tomb in waiting. Adolf Hitler, the architect of the war that had engulfed the world, now spent, his final days pacing its narrow corridors, clutching reports no longer grounded in reality, delivering orders to armies that did not exist, and clinging to fantasies that had crumbled long before the first Soviet boots touched German soil. The bunker was small, cramped, stifling, a 2-level subterranean structure reinforced to withstand bombings but not fate. There was no natural light. The walls sweated with condensation. The ceilings were low, the air sour with cigarette smoke, unwashed uniforms, and fear. It was not the seed of a government, it was the underside of a dying empire. Hitler's personal quarters were sparse: a cot, a small desk, a chair, and maps that now served more as memorials than as instruments of command. Every morning he emerged gaunt, trembling, his eyes sunken and ringed in darkness. His hands often shook uncontrollably behind his back. His gait, once confident and commanding, had become a slow, halting shuffle. The war had reached him at last, not just in consequence but in body and mind. News from the front arrived in fragmented sentences and shattered hope. Reports spoke of collapse. The Western Allies had reached the Elbe. The Soviets had entered the suburbs. Army Group Steiner, the last phantom force Hitler believed might deliver a miracle, had refused to counterattack. There was no army left to call upon, no reserves to summon. Berlin was surrounded, and the bunker, for all its walls and guards, was just another trap. Still, every morning, Hitler met with his shrinking circle of advisers in the map room, pointing to the colored lines that had once represented mighty formations. He insisted the enemy could be repelled. He dictated movements for divisions that had been wiped out. His generals stood in silence, nodding, some from fear, others from habit, none from belief. Joseph Goebbels, the Reich's chief propagandist, remained by Hitler's side. So too did Martin Bormann, always watching, scheming, recording. Others came and went. Albert Speer visited once more, warning of the destruction of Germany's infrastructure. Heinrich Himmler, now acting behind Hitler's back, attempted secret negotiations with the Western Allies. Hermann Göring sent a message suggesting he take leadership in Hitler's presumed incapacitation. Both would be denounced as traitors, but even betrayal could not stir fury from the Führer anymore, only bitterness. Eva Braun had also joined him in the bunker. She had refused to leave his side despite pleas and offers of safe passage. She brought with her not politics nor strategy, but normalcy, or at least the appearance of it. In the evenings she dined with Hitler and the inner circle. They drank cheap wine, laughed at old memories, played with the bunker's German shepherd, Blondie. Outside, the world was collapsing. Inside, they clung to ritual. But the sounds of war could not be silenced. The thunder of Soviet shells echoed through the concrete. The walls vibrated with each blast. Occasionally, dust rained from the ceiling and the lights flickered. Each thud above was a reminder the Red Army was closing in. The city was in flames. The Reich was ashes. Hitler's mood darkened with every hour. Rage gave way to despair. He spoke in half sentences, He ranted about betrayal by his generals, his allies, his people. He accused the German nation of failing him, of not being worthy of his vision. He lamented that everything he had built would be lost. There was no humility, no regret, only the final poison of fanaticism. In one infamous outburst, he exploded at his military staff. The walls shook as he screamed of Steiner's failure, of the disobedience of his generals, of the cowardice of all who dared to face reality. Some stood frozen. Others looked to the floor. It was the last true fury the man could summon. Afterward, he collapsed into his chair, a shell, the final performance of a man who had once held the world in terror. Outside, in the ruins of Berlin, the battle drew closer. Soviet tanks were rolling through the city streets. Infantrymen stormed from building to building. The fighting had reached the Tiergarten, just a few hundred meters from the Chancellery. Soviet scouts had located the approximate area of the Führer bunker. Artillery adjusted its aim accordingly. Hitler received this news with an eerie calm. He had already made his decision. There would be no surrender. To him, surrender was a humiliation worse than death. And so, on April 22nd, he told his staff he would remain in Berlin. He would not be captured. He would not flee. He would die here, in the capital of his fallen empire. Some begged him to reconsider. Others said nothing. All knew what was coming. In the following days, the bunker became quieter. The noise of battle grew louder, but within the walls, voices softened. Staff whispered in hallways. Conversations turned to family, to letters, to the final hours. Some sought to flee. Others prepared for death. The elevators to the surface stopped working. The smell of decay drifted in from above. Hitler began to write his last will and political testament. He dictated it carefully to his secretary, Traudl Hunk. In the early hours of April 29th, he reaffirmed his ideology. He denounced his enemies. He named his successors. There was no apology, no reckoning, only bitterness and blame. That same night, he married Eva Braun in a small grim ceremony deep within the bunker. They exchanged vows before a few close witnesses. A brief toast was made. Champagne was shared. Eva wore a simple black dress. There was no music, no celebration, only a strange stillness, as if time itself had frozen to witness the end. Later that evening, Hitler tested the cyanide capsules on Blondie, his beloved dog. She died instantly. He wanted no uncertainty, no mistakes. The next morning, the Soviet forces had reached within a few blocks. Artillery struck the gardens above the bunker. The walls shook violently. Hitler, pale and sunken, emerged from his room, spoke to his guards one last time, and retreated with Eva into his chambers. The doors closed. Sometime around 3:30 p.m. on April 30th, Adolf Hitler, leader of Nazi Germany, placed a pistol to his temple and pulled the trigger. Eva Braun swallowed a cyanide capsule. Their bodies were discovered shortly after by his staff. In accordance with his final instructions, the corpses were carried to the garden above and set ablaze with gasoline. It was not a funeral. It was an erasure. The flames consumed the last physical remnants of Hitler's life. The Reich he had built crumbled around him. The bunker, once envisioned as a nerve center of command, became nothing more than a hollow grave. The officers who remained, Goebbels, Bormann, the remaining guards, stood in silence. Some wept. Others stared blankly. Outside, the war continued, as if oblivious to the death that had just taken place. But Berlin knew. With Hitler's death, the last illusion of order within the city evaporated. There would be no salvation, no miracle, no last-minute reprieve. The Führer bunker, for all its thick walls and iron doors, could not protect what was already lost. And deep beneath the ruins of a dying city, the man who had brought the world to the brink of annihilation disappeared into the smoke, not with glory, nor with defiance, but with silence and ash. The thunder of artillery had never stopped. For days, it had rolled like an endless storm across the Berlin skyline, a sound so constant, so vast, it no longer startled those sheltering beneath the city. It had become the rhythm of the end. But now, in the fading light of mid-April, something changed. The guns began to move closer. Their fury no longer rained from the horizon. It came from just beyond the walls. just behind the next building, the next breath. The Battle of Berlin was no longer approaching. It had arrived. And on April 21st, the first shots were fired inside Berlin proper. Soviet troops, hardened by years of brutal campaigns and battle-scarred from the Seelow heights, crossed the last canals, the final fields, and entered the northeastern suburbs. The neighborhoods they encountered were a strange mixture, a ghost town here, a fortified street there. Trees were splintered by shells, apartment blocks already hollowed out by Allied bombs. But the defenders had not fled, not all of them. Berlin was not going to fall quietly. Zhukov's one-stone Belarusian front led the eastern assault. His men were veterans, the survivors of Stalingrad, of Kursk, of Warsaw. But nothing in their long war had prepared them for what Berlin would be. The city, vast and intricate, offered every advantage to the defenders. Every street corner could hide a sniper. Every building could become a fortress. The Germans had dug in with what little strength they had left, and they were determined to resist. The first major clashes broke out in Marzahn and Lichtenberg, residential areas on Berlin's edge. Soviet tanks rumbled down narrow roads, their heavy treads cracking the pavement and flattening rubble. Infantry followed close behind, weaving between shattered buildings and ducking behind the ruins of trams and barricades. Almost immediately, they were met with fierce gunfire. Panzerfausts were fired from upper floors. Grenades rained from windows. Machine guns chattered from alleyways, disappearing before a counterblast could silence them. The defenders were not regular Wehrmacht troops. Most were Volkssturm, a ragtag militia of the old, the young, and the desperate. Teenagers, barely taller than their rifles, stood side by side with veterans of the First World War. They had been issued armbands, a weapon, and a directive: defend Berlin to the last man. And many took that command to heart. Fanaticism and fear wove together into a kind of deadly resolve. The Soviets pressed forward, but every block was a battle. A single intersection might take an entire company to secure. Streets littered with debris became traps for the armor. Tanks were picked off one by one. Infantrymen had to clear houses room by room, floor by floor. Entire buildings became battlegrounds, with fighting erupting simultaneously in stairwells, basements, and attics. Snipers haunted the rooftops. Civilians fled, or hid, or died in the crossfire. What made the resistance so brutal was not its organization, but its unpredictability. The Germans had no central command left. Their communications were in chaos, but local commanders, officers, and even civilians set up their own lines of defense, small, autonomous pockets, fighting with whatever they could. And every Soviet advance uncovered another of these nests. The city seemed endless, not just in size, but in resistance. The first Soviet units to break into the inner streets were met with a city unrecognizable from their maps. Entire neighborhoods had changed shape. What had once been apartment complexes were now burned-out shells. Parks had been turned into trenches. Train stations had become bunkers. Even graveyards were fortified, their stone walls lined with sandbags, their crypts turned into machine gun nests. The Red Army was not just fighting a city, it was fighting a living, dying labyrinth. And still, they moved forward. With every block secured, Soviet commanders brought in more reinforcements. Artillery was dragged closer. Mortars were set up in courtyards. Entire buildings were leveled to make way for armor. Flamethrower teams were deployed to flush defenders from strongpoints. The war in Berlin was no longer one of grand maneuvers. It was a street brawl waged with tanks, rifles, and fire. One by one, the suburbs began to fall, but the cost was staggering. Each day brought thousands of casualties. Soviet soldiers fell in gutters and cellars. German defenders were shot where they stood, buried under rubble, or burned alive in collapsed fortresses. Civilians caught between the lines died in their basements, in shelters, on the run. No one was spared. No place was safe. The front line was everywhere. Despite their momentum, the Soviets were not invincible. At night, counterattacks surged from the ruins. German squads, familiar with every alley and shortcut, struck in the dark, hit supply lines, and ambushed patrols. Even children, part of the Hitler Youth, hurled explosives from rooftops. The Soviets, exhausted and often furious, responded with overwhelming firepower. Entire blocks vanished under artillery and airstrikes. Precision was sacrificed for survival. By April 23rd, the Red Army had reached the Ringbahn, Berlin's circular railway line, and breached it in several places. This symbolic barrier, once seen as the last threshold to the city's heart, was now just another line in the dirt. Beyond it lay the central districts, Mitte, the Tiergarten, the government quarter. But the fighting did not ease. If anything, it intensified. The Germans had positioned their strongest remaining units around these core areas. Elite SS formations, remnants of panzer divisions, and die-hard Nazi loyalists held the bridges and canals with a fanatical resolve. Machine gun nests covered every approach. Anti-tank teams were stationed in the upper floors. Booby traps lined the staircases. In one incident, an entire building collapsed after Soviet troops entered, rigged with explosives by defenders prepared to die rather than retreat. Soviet morale, however, did not break. These were soldiers who had marched from Stalingrad to Berlin. They had seen worse. They had endured worse. And now the final prize was within reach. Stalin's orders were clear. Berlin must fall quickly, decisively. Every delay was a political defeat, and so the Soviet troops pushed forward, block by bloody block. In the early days of the assault, commanders attempted to keep their formations intact. Regiments moved together. Orders were relayed. Maps were studied. But soon, those structures broke down. The fighting was too chaotic. Units became entangled, lost, separated. Decisions were made at the squad level. Soldiers advanced by instinct, clearing buildings, marking their progress with chalk or flags, then moving on. The rhythm of the city changed. What had once been artillery salvos and distant gunfire became close quarter screams, the thump of grenades in stairwells, the roar of machine guns echoing down hallways. Fires lit the sky at night, casting a red glow over the ruins. Smoke hung in the air, so thick that visibility dropped to yards. Gas masks were worn not for poison, but for the dust and ash that clogged the lungs. By April 25th, the Soviets had entered Wedding, Prenzlauer Berg, and Friedrichshain, districts that had once been homes to workers, artists, and families. Now, they were battlegrounds. Churches became command posts. Schools were converted into field hospitals. The dead lay where they fell. There were too many to bury, too many to remember. Yet amid the carnage, moments of eerie stillness emerged. A Soviet squad entered an abandoned apartment to find a dinner table still set. Plates of food, now moldy, sat untouched. A child's toy lay on a windowsill beside a shattered pane. In another building, an old man sat quietly, his eyes closed, hands folded in prayer, unmoving amid the broken walls. The city was dying, but it had not stopped breathing. And as the Soviets pressed deeper, they began to see the scale of what lay ahead. The government quarter, the Reichstag, the chancellery, all were still ahead, all fortified, all defended. Berlin would not be taken in days. It would be taken in agony. But the first shots had been fired. The gates had been broken. The suburbs were burning. And the Red Army, unstoppable, was inside. The Battle of Berlin was no longer at the doorstep. It was inside the house. Berlin was no longer a city in the traditional sense. It had become a labyrinth of fire and ruin, a monstrous graveyard of steel and stone, crumbling under the relentless pressure of war. From the moment the Red Army breached the outer suburbs, the battle transformed into something more primitive, more brutal. Gone were the sweeping maneuvers and grand offensives of earlier campaigns. Now it was fought step by step, inch by inch, street by street, house by house. Every block became a battlefield. The avenues that once hosted parades and celebrations were now charred corridors of smoke, cratered with shell holes, littered with burned-out trams, shattered glass, and the twisted remains of once proud architecture. Tanks rolled down. Boulevards no wider than alleyways, their treads grinding over the corpses of fallen soldiers and civilians alike. The smell of gunpowder, blood, and fire hung thick in the air, clogging every breath. Fighting in Berlin was a form of madness. Urban warfare had stripped the rules of engagement to their bones. The enemy was never across a trench or behind a hill. He was above you, below you, behind the next door, or already watching you through the cracked window of a ruined building. Snipers turned rooftops into deadly perches. Machine gun nests waited behind holes, punched into crumbling plaster walls. Whole platoons vanished in stairwells rigged with explosives. For the Soviet soldiers storming the city, this was the most harrowing combat of the war. They advanced with rifles at the ready, every window a potential gun barrel, every shadow a possible ambush. Houses were no longer homes, they were fortresses. Some buildings had to be taken floor by floor, room by room. A single staircase could take an hour to clear. A single apartment block might cost dozens of lives. Flamethrowers became a weapon of grim necessity. Where defenders refused to surrender, where machine guns held corridors with an iron resolve, fire was sent in to cleanse the walls. The screams of the burning echoed off tile and concrete, but there was no time to listen. Once the flames cleared, the Soviets moved in again, bayonets drawn, grenades ready. There was no clean victory, just survival. In the winding alleys and twisted ruins of Kreuzberg, Moabit, and Meter, tanks found themselves trapped in kill zones. The narrow streets, hemmed in by collapsed buildings and barricades of debris, turned armored columns into easy prey for German anti-tank squads. Boys of 15 and men of 70 crouched in doorways with panzerfausts, waiting for the metal giants to pass, then striking with a suicidal ferocity. Soviet tank crews began welding iron grills over their engines and hatches, not just to deflect explosives, but to buy a few extra seconds of life. Even so, tanks exploded by the dozens, their hulks left smoldering in intersections like the bones of prehistoric beasts. The Soviets responded with artillery strikes, mortar fire, and air raids, leveling entire blocks when resistance proved too stubborn. But the destruction brought its own hazards. Rubble clogged the streets, preventing vehicles from advancing. Fires created walls of heat that drove soldiers back. And every collapsed building meant more places for snipers to hide. The Germans had prepared the city not as a sanctuary, but as a trap. Hundreds of miles of sewer tunnels beneath Berlin were used to move troops unseen, to launch surprise attacks, to retreat and reappear. Some Soviet units reported being ambushed from manholes. Others found grenades and Molotovs dropped from the rooftops above. The enemy was not in front of them, he was all around. The Red Army adapted with a ruthless efficiency. Engineers rigged bridges with explosives to collapse them ahead of German counterattacks. Flamethrowers were sent into the sewer tunnels to clear them with fire. Building by building, block by block, Berlin was dismantled through force. By April 26, the lines between front and rear had vanished. The combat had no clear direction. Entire Soviet battalions found themselves surrounded without realizing it. Communications became impossible in the chaos. Radio transmissions were lost in the static of gunfire. Runners were cut down before delivering their messages. Units began to fight in isolation, advancing simply because retreat meant death. Commanders relied on intuition and local reports. Orders like secure the next street might lead to a day-long battle and 100 casualties. There were no safe zones, no pauses. Night offered no reprieve, only a darkness that made every doorway more ominous, every flicker of movement more deadly. And in this chaos, civilians continued to exist. In basements and bomb shelters, they listened to the firefights raging above them. Some emerged after hours of silence, only to be caught in the crossfire. Others remained buried in the earth, living by candlelight, surviving on crumbs and hope. Families who had lived in Berlin for generations died anonymously, their homes obliterated, their names forgotten. No one recorded the dead. There was no time. In one building, a Soviet soldier kicked down a door to find an entire family seated at a dining table, their hands clasped in prayer, waiting to die. In another, a young boy threw a grenade from a window, killing 2 men. He was shot seconds later. Elsewhere, Soviet troops found German soldiers disguised as civilians, hiding in crowds, ambushing from beneath white flags. The line between fighter and non-combatant had vanished. Among the most harrowing scenes were the stairwells. These narrow passages became the front lines of hell. Grenades bounced off the walls. Bodies tumbled downward. Blood soaked the concrete. In the absence of open ground, staircases became battlefields of desperation, attackers advancing step by step, defenders retreating only to the next floor. When one side broke, it was usually only after everyone had fallen. Snipers, too, haunted the city like ghosts. Every tall building had one. Some worked in pairs. They knew the terrain. They picked off commanders. They waited for medics to arrive, and then struck again. Soviet soldiers learned to move like shadows, hugging walls, darting through doorways, never exposing themselves for longer than a breath. In response, the Soviets unleashed heavy weapons against entire buildings suspected of harboring a single rifleman. The destruction was staggering, but so too was the fear of that single shot. By the final days of April, Berlin's streets bore no resemblance to a functioning city. Fires burned uncontrollably. Entire blocks had vanished. The sky, once bright with spring, was now a ceiling of smoke. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh, oil, and dust. Trees stood like skeletons. Fountains ran red with blood. Statues lay decapitated, toppled from their plinths. The Germans continued to resist, not because they believed they would win, but because they had been ordered to. Nazi propaganda had drilled the phrase, "victory or death," into every man, woman, and child. Many believed surrender meant torture, rape, annihilation. Others simply feared what would come after. So they fought blindly, bitterly to the last. Some did surrender. White flags began to appear in windows. Civilians painted signs in Russian, begging not to be shot. Soviet soldiers too changed. Some offered food, some showed mercy, but others, having marched from Stalingrad through years of horror, sought revenge. And in that shattered city, vengeance found many names. The heart of Berlin now lay within reach. The Reichstag, the Brandenburg Gate, the ruins of Hitler's chancellery. But none would be taken easily. Every building still stood behind a wall of bodies, a trench of fire. The city would not surrender itself willingly. It would have to be taken, every floor, every room. In the end, Berlin did not fall. It was bled dry, one house at a time, one soul at a time, street by street, house by house, until nothing was left to burn. As the Red Army closed its iron grip around Berlin, what remained of Hitler's armies began to unravel. The divisions that had once stormed across Europe now existed only on paper, shadows of their former strength. The Wehrmacht was splintered, the SS fragmented, and the Luftwaffe was grounded. But the Nazi regime, unwilling to admit defeat, turned not to experienced soldiers, but to the very old and the very young. Teenagers with trembling hands and men with trembling knees were handed weapons and told they were now soldiers. It was war's most desperate delusion. The Hitler Youth, once the future of the Third Reich, now became its final line of defense. Boys as young as 12, wearing armbands too large for their small frames, were given Panzerfausts, shoulder-fired anti-tank weapons, and sent to the front. They were taught in rushed whispers or with crude drawings on blackboards how to aim, when to fire, and where to hide. There was no formal training, no drills, only one message: kill the enemy or die trying. And they did die, in staggering numbers. The Panzerfaust was a powerful weapon, capable of disabling a Soviet tank with a single well-placed shot. But it required the user to be dangerously close, sometimes within 20 or 30 meters. For a seasoned soldier, it was already a suicide mission. For a child, it was madness. Still, they crouched behind rubble, waited at corners, and stared down the long metallic hulks of advancing Soviet armor. When the moment came, they rose, trembling, terrified, and fired. Sometimes they struck true. A T-34 might burst into flames. A Soviet crew might scramble from the burning hull. And for a brief moment, the boy who had fired might believe he was a hero. But that moment never lasted. Retaliation was immediate. Return fire reduced entire buildings to dust. A dozen shells might be fired in response to one. And if the tank wasn't destroyed, the result was even worse. The boy would have no second shot and nowhere to run. The bodies of children began to litter the streets, curled behind sandbags, sprawled in doorways, charred beside the weapons that could not save them. Soviet troops were stunned by the sight. Hardened men, veterans of years of war, paused at the sight of a child in uniform, lifeless at their feet. But the fighting did not stop. War did not care how young the dead were. Berlin's defense was no longer built on strategy. It was built on propaganda and fear. For years, the Nazi regime had glorified sacrifice. The Hitler Youth had been molded from childhood into tools of ideology. They had marched in torchlight parades, sung songs of loyalty, pledged themselves to the Führer. Many believed deeply in the cause. Others simply feared punishment for disobedience. In April 1945, that indoctrination bore its final tragic fruit. Boys carried rifles almost as tall as they were. They manned machine guns in makeshift nests. Some were placed in flak towers, others in sniper positions. A handful operated anti-aircraft guns turned towards Soviet tanks. There were no veterans left to lead them. The commanders had either died or fled. What remained were fragments, instructors, former officers, even civilian volunteers, cobbled into desperate units with names that sounded like hope but fought like ghosts. Alongside these boys stood old men, the Volkssturm. They were factory workers, pensioners, shopkeepers, men in their 60s and 70s who had survived one world war and were now being hurled into another. Some had no training. Others hadn't held a rifle in decades. Their uniforms were a patchwork of old army coats, civilian jackets, and red armbands. Their eyes carried the weight of history. And yet, like the children, they were ordered to fight. One man, 71 years old, was found with a Panzerfaust strapped to his back and a pistol in his coat. When questioned by Soviet soldiers after his capture, he simply said, "They told me Berlin needed me." Another, blind in one eye, carried ammunition for a machine gun team made up entirely of teenage boys. He had been a baker. The defenders of Berlin were no longer soldiers. They were sacrifices. In the central districts, particularly around Prenzlauer Berg and Wedding, the Hitler Youth were often seen darting between alleys, using sewer tunnels to evade Soviet patrols, sometimes carrying messages, sometimes grenades. They ambushed tanks from basement windows. They laid mines in playgrounds. They set up sniper nests in the spires of ruined churches, using their small size to crawl into positions that adults could not reach. But the price was terrible. As the battle raged on, Soviet troops began to recognize the pattern. Where a tank was hit without warning, a child was likely nearby. Orders shifted. Caution gave way to brutality. Houses were cleared with flamethrowers. Suspected sniper nests were obliterated by artillery. Civilians caught near the fighting were often shot, accused of hiding armed youths. The lines between resistance and innocence blurred, then vanished. Some Soviet soldiers hesitated when they saw the enemy was a boy. Others did not. The war had hardened them beyond imagination. They had seen their villages burned, their families killed. Now, in the ruins of Berlin, they were asked to be merciful, but only after they themselves had survived. In a rare act of mercy, a Soviet officer once captured a boy of 13, weeping over his dead brother. The officer ordered his men to lower their weapons. "He is not a soldier," he said. "He is a victim." But such moments were rare. Most did not live to surrender. The Nazi regime did not allow retreat. Those who fled were shot on sight. In one harrowing incident, a group of Hitler Youth were found hiding in a basement by an SS officer. When they refused to return to their post, he shot 2 of them on the spot. The others obeyed, only to die minutes later in an ambush. Propaganda continued to pour from the radio, urging last sacrifices for the fatherland. Joseph Goebbels, still broadcasting from the ruins, hailed the children as true patriots. But even he knew the end was near. Inside the Führer bunker, Hitler received reports of child battalions being wiped out. He nodded, muttered praise, and turned away. He never left the underground. For the boys who survived, the trauma never faded. Many were captured. some taken as prisoners, others released. A few returned home, to whatever homes were left. They had grown up in a world that taught them death was glory. But in the silence that followed the gunfire, they learned that death was only death. As the days passed, the presence of the Hitler youth on the front lines began to wane. Not because they were withdrawn, but because they were gone. Their units were wiped out. Their officers were dead. Their rifles lay rusting in the ruins. In their place came the final wave of Soviet forces, pressing toward the Reichstag, toward the Chancellery, toward the end. Berlin was a graveyard now, a graveyard of children, of old men, of a delusion that refused to die. And in the quiet moments between the bombings, one could still find a Panzerfaust lying in the street, too heavy for the boy who had once carried it, too silent now to scream. The sky above Berlin in the final days of April 1945 was not merely a canvas of clouds or sunlight. It was a ceiling cracked open by fire. The thunder did not come from weather, but from steel. Thousands upon thousands of shells, shrieking through the air, raining down like the fury of gods. Day and night, without pause, Soviet artillery pounded the German capital. The sound was a constant drumbeat, deafening, endless, unrelenting. It was not just a bombardment, it was annihilation. Marshal Zhukov had ordered it with a cold precision. This was not just an offensive tactic, it was psychological warfare, an effort to crush what little resolve remained within the defenders of the city. The Soviet guns, arranged in belts stretching for miles along the Oder, had already pulverized the Seelow heights. Now they turned their barrels toward Berlin itself. More than 40,000 artillery pieces, rocket launchers and mortars unleashed their fury on the heart of the Reich. The first salvos lit the night sky like lightning storms. Massive Katyusha rocket batteries, known by the Germans as Stalin's organs, howled as they launched their payloads in a terrifying chorus. They did not strike with surgical precision. They were not meant to. They blanketed entire districts, their explosions reducing entire blocks to smoldering ruins in seconds. Each impact sent clouds of concrete, glass and human remains flying in all directions. The city groaned under the weight of this violence. Civilians huddled in basements could only guess where the shells would fall. One moment, a block stood tall. The next, it was gone, replaced by flame and dust. Streets disappeared under mountains of rubble. Buildings that had survived 6 years of bombing now collapsed in seconds. Hospitals, schools, libraries, none were spared. The Soviets had no time to distinguish military from civilian targets. Every corner of Berlin had become a battlefield, and in war, there are no sanctuaries. In the government quarter near the Chancellery, Soviet guns focused their fire with a terrifying intensity. Stalin wanted Hitler's lair turned into rubble. He wanted the center of Nazism broken by hammer blows so loud that even the ghosts would flee. Hour after hour, shells pounded the area. The ground shook so violently that the people below believed the earth itself was cracking open. In the Führer bunker, the walls trembled, plaster fell from the ceilings, and light bulbs burst in their sockets. Hitler, his hands trembling, listened in silence. His Reich was being torn apart from above. But the devastation was not contained to the regime's core. It stretched outward into every district. Friedrichshain, Kreuzberg, Moabit, Charlottenburg, names that once denoted vibrant neighborhoods, now reduced to charred outlines on a smoldering map. Columns of smoke rose so high they blotted out the sun. Fires raged uncontrollably, merging with one another until entire neighborhoods burned as one. Fire brigades no longer existed. The water mains were shattered. There was no escape. The Soviet forward observers, perched atop ruined buildings or peering through scorched windows, guided the artillery with ruthless accuracy. Spotters called in coordinates where German resistance was heaviest: sniper nests, barricaded strongholds, machine gun bunkers. And within minutes, those coordinates vanished in clouds of fire. The defenders had no answer. For every German shell, the Soviets returned 100. There was no parity, only punishment. And the punishment was not reserved for soldiers. The streets were filled with civilians, mothers dragging their children through debris-strewn alleys, old men clutching suitcases, the injured pulled on makeshift carts. When the barrages hit, they dove for cover into doorways, behind overturned cars, beneath the shattered frames of buildings. But in a city where even the air itself seemed to explode, cover was an illusion. One blast could vaporize a family, crush a shelter, tear limbs from bodies with a brutal indifference. Those who survived did so by inches. In one moment, a young girl fled a collapsing building, only to watch her brother vanish beneath it. In another, a priest carrying the wounded from a hospital was struck by shrapnel and torn in two. The dead were left where they fell. There was no time to bury, no place to mourn. The city had become a tomb. Within the Red Army ranks, artillery was viewed not just as a tool of war, but as the war's answer to everything. Resistance in a street, level the street. Enemy tank in a square, obliterate the square. Sniper in a building, bring down the building. Entire units paused their advance simply to allow the gunners to pulverize the path ahead. The thunder of the Soviet shells often preceded the infantry by only moments, creating a rolling barrage of destruction that left nothing intact. Then the soldiers would walk forward, their boots crunching over what remained. The German defenders, for all their stubbornness, could not withstand this scale of destruction. Defensive positions vanished before they could be reinforced. Communication lines were severed by the collapsing infrastructure. Even the most fanatical SS units found themselves buried alive beneath the buildings they had vowed to defend to the death. They died without a shot. The sound of the bombardment echoed across the world. Journalists with the Allied forces on the Elbe wrote of feeling the tremors miles away. Some compared it to an earthquake, others to Armageddon. But for those inside Berlin, it was not a metaphor. It was real. The very foundations of their lives were being broken apart, hour by hour, minute by minute. And still, it continued. For more than a week, the Soviet artillery hammered Berlin with an apocalyptic force. By April 28th, there was almost nothing left to destroy. Buildings were no longer architectural structures, they were skeletons, jagged outlines against an ashen sky. Streets had become canyons of rubble. The city's iconic landmarks, the Reichstag, the Brandenburg Gate, the State Opera, were battered ruins. Only the concrete behemoths of the flak towers still stood, their thick walls stubbornly refusing to collapse even under direct fire. The Soviets did not stop. Even when the infantry was within meters of their targets, the barrage continued. Artillery crews worked around the clock, reloading, re-aiming, re-firing. Supply trucks delivered ammunition in an endless loop. The ground trembled beneath the weight of this industrial onslaught. Entire Soviet divisions advanced beneath a curtain of fire, using it as both a shield and a sword. In the final phase, when the Red Army neared the city center, the bombardment reached its most intense crescendo. The Reichstag was pounded from all sides. The area around the Moltke Bridge, leading toward the government district, was obliterated to dust. Soviet commanders wanted no surprises, no final stands. They wanted nothing left that could possibly resist. The last German artillery batteries responded with what little they had left. Sporadic shellfire, scattered mortars, but their lines were broken. Their shells were few. Their crews were exhausted. The great guns of Berlin, once symbols of German power, were now silent or captured, their barrels twisted or buried in debris. The battle had shifted completely and finally to Soviet hands. For the Red Army, this devastation was vengeance. For every city the Germans had bombed, Stalingrad, Leningrad, Kiev, Berlin would pay. Stalin had ordered it, and his generals delivered it with a mathematical fury. This was more than a military campaign, it was justice written in fire. Yet amid the firestorm, amid the glory of victory and the ashes of revenge, there was also tragedy. The human cost, civilian and soldier alike, was beyond comprehension. Berlin's history, culture and soul were scarred in ways no rebuilding could erase. And though the Red Army raised its flag over the Reichstag with pride, the city it claimed was no longer a prize. It was a ruin. The bombardment of Berlin was one of the most intense in modern warfare. Its purpose was absolute destruction. Its result was an apocalyptic silence. And when the guns finally fell quiet, the echoes remained. bouncing off the broken walls, the shattered lives, the buried dead. Berlin had been shattered not just by defeat, but by the very weight of its past. And the thunder of the Soviet artillery would be its requiem. By the final days of April 1945, Berlin's agony was reaching its crescendo. The Soviet advance had become a grinding engine of destruction, consuming every block, every building, every soul caught in its path. What had begun as a broad pincer movement was now a relentless push toward the city's heart. And as the Red Army clawed deeper into the ruined capital, it turned its fury toward the strategic locations that still held the fragile lines of German resistance together, strongholds that had to be taken no matter the cost. Tempelhof Airport was one such place. More than just a field of tarmac and hangars, Tempelhof was one of the most vital military and logistical hubs left in Berlin. Originally built in the 1920s and expanded by the Nazis into a monumental complex, it stood as a symbol of German engineering and ambition. Now, it was a fortress. Sandbags blocked its entrances. Machine guns covered every approach. Anti-aircraft guns had been repurposed to fire at infantry. The terminal buildings, once filled with travelers and flight crews, were now crawling with soldiers. Their orders were clear: hold Tempelhof to the last man. But the Soviet war machine would not be denied. The 8th Guards Army, part of Marshal Vasily Chuikov's command, moved on Tempelhof with a coordinated fury. After days of brutal fighting in the surrounding districts, Neukölln to the south, Kreuzberg to the west, Soviet forces reached the airport's outer perimeter. What followed was a siege of steel and fire. Artillery pounded the runways, mortars rained down on the hangars, flamethrowers cleared the bunkers. And when the assault troops finally stormed the airfield, they did so through clouds of smoke and walls of lead. German defenders, many of them Volkssturm, and remnants of the Luftwaffe ground crews, resisted with desperation. They fought from behind overturned aircraft, from within engine bays, from the control towers. For hours, the airfield was a labyrinth of close-quarters combat. Grenades were tossed over crates. Rifles were fired from broken cockpit windows. Tanks roared through maintenance hangars, smashing aside barricades. The defenders were outgunned, outnumbered, but they did not surrender. Not until the red banner was hoisted atop the ruined terminal did the battle end. The fall of Tempelhof was more than symbolic. It severed a critical artery of communication and resupply. It marked a turning point, proof that the inner defenses of Berlin were crumbling, that no bastion was beyond the Soviets' reach. And as Tempelhof burned, other key strongholds across the city began to buckle under similar pressure. The Ministry of Aviation, Hermann Göring's monolithic headquarters on Wilhelmstrasse, had been converted into a hardened command post. Behind its thick concrete walls, officers tried in vain to coordinate defenses as maps became meaningless and phone lines went dead. When Soviet troops arrived, they brought with them not just small arms, but tanks and demolition charges. The fight for the ministry was fierce, room to room, floor by floor. Many inside chose to die at their desks. Others fled into the underground, seeking paths that no longer led to safety. Farther west, the Anhalter Bahnhof, once one of Berlin's busiest railway stations, stood as both a fortress and a symbol of a vanished world. Its grand iron archways and glass ceilings had already been shattered by Allied bombings. Now it was a staging point for German troops and a target for Soviet artillery. The station became a death trap. Soviet shells collapsed the platforms. Infantry stormed the waiting halls. The Germans responded with machine guns and sniper fire, but they were overwhelmed. The great hall of the station became a morgue. And above it all, the shattered remains of the arch clawed at the smoke-choked sky like the ribs of a dead leviathan. The Landwehr Canal, winding through the heart of the city, was another obstacle and objective. Bridges had been destroyed, but some remained, guarded by determined German units hoping to delay the Soviet advance. The canal became a battleground of amphibious assaults, sniper duels, and chaotic firefights on the water's edge. Soviet sappers built makeshift crossings under fire. German machine gun teams held rooftops, waiting for targets to appear. But one by one, the crossings fell. The Soviets pressed on, even when waist-deep in the freezing debris-filled water. In the north, the Humboldt University and its surrounding complex were similarly fortified. Classrooms became barracks. Lecture halls turned into field hospitals. Laboratories were stripped for materials, wire for traps, chemicals for makeshift explosives. It was a final stand fueled by intellect and desperation. Soviet forces fought through the campus with a brutal resolve. Books burned, statues shattered. The knowledge preserved in those halls could not survive the storm. In the end, only rubble and silence remained. One of the most intense confrontations took place at the Technical University of Berlin. Situated near the Tiergarten, it had been transformed into a hardened redoubt. SS units dug in deep, bolstered by artillery and armored vehicles hidden in courtyards and garages. The Soviets responded with coordinated assaults from multiple directions, using T-34 tanks and sappers to breach the defenses. The battle raged for 2 days, during which entire buildings collapsed from internal explosions or Soviet airstrikes. It was not enough to defeat the defenders. They had to be rooted out, brick by brick. As each stronghold fell, the circle around the Reichstag and the Chancellery tightened. The Soviets were no longer just advancing, they were dissecting the city, carving out its heart. German resistance, though fanatical in pockets, was becoming fragmented. Coordination broke down. Ammunition ran low. The once imposing fortress city became a maze of isolated garrisons, each unaware of the other's fate. Yet the cost of each victory was staggering. For every meter gained, the Soviets paid in blood. Streets were littered with bodies, alleys painted with smoke and fire. Medics were overwhelmed, supplies stretched thin. The men who fought in these final battles would later describe them as nightmares, made real, confusing, chaotic, unforgiving. Tanks were immobilized by rubble. Entire squads were lost in the smoke. Commands were shouted and misunderstood. And always, the thunder of distant shelling echoed like the heartbeat of the doomed. In these key locations, the last embers of Nazi defiance burned bright. But fire consumes everything, including itself. The defenders of Tempelhof, of the ministry, of the rail stations and universities did not hold their ground. They were buried beneath it. And with each stronghold that crumbled, the path to the Reichstag grew clearer. The Red Army now stood just blocks away from Hitler's symbolic seat of power. The Chancellery bunker, once a remote bastion, could now hear the rifle fire above. The artillery fell closer with each hour. Soviet scouts reported enemy fire from buildings they could almost touch. And the map, once cluttered with enemy positions, now showed gaps, dangerous, blood-soaked gaps, but gaps nonetheless. Berlin was dying in pieces, and with each fallen piece, the end drew near. Beneath the smoking ruins of Berlin, hidden from a daylight that no longer brought hope, lay a fortified concrete tomb, the Führer bunker. It was not a command center in any real sense. It was not a sanctuary. It was a mausoleum for a dying regime. A place where delusion hardened into madness and reality was locked out behind blast-proof doors. Here, 20 feet underground, Adolf Hitler passed his final days not as a mighty leader of a global power, but as a paranoid, broken man presiding over ashes. His once ironclad authority had devolved into frantic outbursts and incoherent orders. The maps in the war room, once adorned with sweeping arrows across Europe, now bore only a few desperate markers, a unit here, a division there, most of which no longer existed in any meaningful form. And still he gave commands. Still he believed. The walls of the bunker were thick with concrete, but thin with truth. Every report that filtered in from above, about lost territory, vanished battalions, collapsed front lines, was either rejected, twisted into a fantasy, or blamed on treachery. Hitler, now gripped by shaking hands and a body ravaged by illness, had convinced himself that Germany's defeat was not military but moral. He spoke often of betrayal. He accused his generals of cowardice, his allies of failure, his people of weakness. The fault, he believed, was never his. His daily schedule had become a grim routine of denial. He awoke late, often after midday, his sleep disrupted by the muffled thuds of Soviet artillery shaking the ceiling. Meals were taken in silence or in rambling monologues where he spoke of imaginary armies moving to rescue Berlin, of Steiner's counterattack. That would never come, of the German people's sacred duty to perish with their leader if they could not win for him. His audience, secretaries, aides, generals, nodded, stared, or sat in stunned silence. None dared to contradict him. The atmosphere in the bunker was suffocating. The air was thick with smoke, the lights dim, the corridors narrow and stale. Outside, the world was being reduced to rubble. Inside, time seemed to stretch and collapse. There were no windows, no clocks in most rooms. People spoke in whispers, if at all. The fear was everywhere, not of the Soviets outside, but of the man at the center of it all. His staff watched him deteriorate day by day. Hitler's posture was hunched, his walk increasingly unsteady, his left hand often trembling uncontrollably. His temper, always unpredictable, became volcanic. One moment he would be calm, even eerily cheerful. The next he would explode in a rage, screaming about traitors, vengeance, or imagined plots. His rants echoed through the reinforced hallways, bouncing off steel doors and filling into every crevice of the underground complex. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, General Alfred Jodl, and others brought him news they knew he didn't want to hear, but they brought it anyway, because lying no longer made a difference. The truth was breaking through the ceiling in the form of Soviet shells. Still, Hitler clung to fantasies. He ordered phantom divisions to regroup and attack. He demanded reinforcements from cities that had already fallen. He fantasized about armies that no longer existed, armies that could never come. In his private quarters, he raged at the treachery of the outside world. The Allies, he said, had no honor. The Italians were spineless. The Japanese had failed him. He blamed the German people for not fighting harder, for not being worthy of his vision. If the German people are weak, he declared, they deserve to perish. This was not leadership. It was nihilism cloaked in ideology. Eva Braun remained by his side, loyal, quiet, strangely composed amid the chaos. She brought a trace of normalcy, hosting brief meals, changing her clothes, smiling for others when she could. But even she knew it was ending. She had refused all offers to flee. She had made her choice. Like Hitler, she would not leave the bunker alive. Other occupants, however, considered escape. Some aides quietly vanished, slipping out under the cover of darkness through connected tunnels or nearby buildings. Others agonized over whether to stay or go. Dr. Joseph Goebbels, fanatically devoted, moved into the bunker with his wife Magda and their 6 young children. They decorated the rooms, tried to make them feel like a home. But there was no home left, not in Berlin, not in the Reich. Hitler's interactions with his generals grew increasingly surreal. On April 22nd, in a now infamous outburst, he erupted in fury during a staff meeting, screaming that the war was lost, that the army had betrayed him, that all hope was gone. Then, as quickly as the rage had risen, it receded. He grew calm again, cold and detached. The man who had once commanded millions was now discussing his own death, his legacy, his funeral. He gave instructions for his body to be burned, so that it would not be displayed like Mussolini's. Around him, the structure of the Third Reich disintegrated. Communication with the outside world grew sporadic. The telephone lines faltered. Messages were delayed or garbled. Reports arrived from distant units claiming to still resist in pockets, but whether they were true or invented became irrelevant. Berlin was surrounded. No aid would come. The Soviets had pierced the city's defenses. They were fighting street by street, building by building. And still, Hitler refused to leave. Offers were made. His pilots were ready. A plane could take him south to Bavaria, to the mountains, to the so-called Alpine Redoubt. But he refused. He would not flee. He would not allow himself to be captured. He spoke often now of historical grandeur, of Frederick the Great, of the fall of Rome, of the eternal struggle of empires. But in the end, his empire was crumbling above his head, and he was the last man standing beneath its ruins. He drafted his political testament, dictating it with a precise language and a self-pitying tone. In it, he blamed the Jews for the war. He accused his generals of disloyalty. He named new successors as though the Reich would continue after his death. It was a document of delusion, detached from the blood and fire-consuming Berlin. And as he wrote it, outside the bunker, Soviet tanks were drawing closer to the chancellery walls. The shells now fell with an alarming frequency. The earth shook constantly. The air in the bunker, once just stale, now carried the scent of finality. Paranoia deepened. Hitler no longer trusted anyone. He feared poison, feared betrayal, feared the possibility that even his closest aides might turn on him. He ordered cyanide capsules tested on his dog, Blondie. The animal died instantly. It was a cruel, unnecessary act, but it told him the poison was effective. He now knew what awaited him. Conversations turned darker. Eva Braun accepted her fate with a stoic resolve. The Goebbels family remained, determined to perish with their Führer. Others prepared their own exits, some with bullets, some with cyanide. The bunker had become a place of ritualized death, its occupants rehearsing their end like actors in a tragedy. And above them, the Reichstag, once the seat of German power, was now a battleground. Soviet soldiers had breached its halls. The red flag would soon fly over its dome. Berlin was burning, and below, the man who had lit the fires sat among ghosts. In those final hours, Hitler withdrew further into himself. His voice grew fainter, his gaze more vacant. He wandered his chambers, speaking to no one, pausing in front of mirrors, perhaps seeing what the world now saw, a man who had promised greatness, delivering only ruin. He no longer spoke of victory, only of betrayal, only of revenge, only of an ending. The Führer bunker had become his tomb well before he died, and within its thick walls, the last whispers of the Third Reich curled into silence. Above, the guns thundered on. April 30th, 1945. The air in Berlin was thick with smoke and dust. The earth trembled with the weight of Soviet artillery as it tore through buildings, bridges, and bunkers. What remained of the German capital was little more than a shattered skeleton of concrete and fire, its veins clogged with rubble, its breath ragged. And beneath this ruin, in the dim, echoing corridors of the Führer bunker, history reached one of its darkest culminations. Adolf Hitler, the man who had dragged the world into its most destructive war, had made his final decision. He had ruled from this place like a pharaoh in a tomb, giving orders to armies that no longer existed, accusing subordinates of betrayal, and spinning visions of vengeance that were no longer rooted in reality. But by the end of April, even he could no longer escape the truth clawing at the walls above him. The Soviets were only a few hundred meters away. The Reich, for all its boasts of a 1,000-year reign, was dead. At noon on the 30th, Hitler emerged from his private quarters, wearing a crumpled uniform and the blank expression of a man already halfway removed from the world. He moved with slow, deliberate steps. Those who saw him that day described his face as pale, almost waxy, his features sunken, his speech slow, as if drawn from the depths of exhaustion and resolve. He greeted his staff with a quiet calm. There was no rage left, no fire, only finality. He took a late breakfast with Eva Braun, now Eva Hitler, though their brief marriage was known to few. They sat side by side, speaking in low voices. She smiled. He nodded. Those moments passed with an eerie calm, like the eye of a storm. Afterward, Hitler summoned his valet, Heinz Ling, and gave precise, almost mechanical instructions for the next few hours. His body was to be burned immediately after death. There would be no shrine, no monument, no spectacle for the enemy to exploit. He had seen what had been done to Mussolini. He would not allow the same fate. Shortly after 3 p.m., Hitler retreated into his private room with Eva. The door closed softly behind them. Outside, the staff waited. Silence pressed on the bunker like a heavy stone. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then, a sharp crack. The unmistakable sound of a pistol shot. A single bullet. And then nothing. He was dead. He had shot himself through the temple. Eva, beside him on the couch, had taken cyanide. Her body was slumped against his, her jaw clenched, her face still. The smell of bitter almonds, the signature scent of prussic acid, hung faintly in the air. Together, They had fulfilled a pact of death that they believed was loyalty, but that the world would remember as cowardice. The room was small, its furniture sparse. The bodies were found just as he had ordered, positioned for dignity, though there was nothing dignified left. Ling, along with others including Martin Bormann and Otto Gunsche, entered, ashen-faced. No words were spoken. No prayers were offered. The moment did not feel victorious or solemn. It felt hollow, as if even history itself had recoiled from bearing witness. They carried the bodies up a narrow stairwell through the scorched garden behind the chancellery. The ruins of Berlin surrounded them, crumbling walls, shattered glass, blackened trees swaying in the wind under the grey sky, with Soviet shells falling ever closer. They placed the corpses in a shallow shell crater. Gasoline was poured. A match was struck. Flames rose quickly, licking at the bodies, consuming the remnants of a man who had once set the entire world alight. The fire burned hot, but not clean. Eyewitnesses later recalled the smell, the flicker of fabric, the way the wind hissed against the flames. They stood in silence, watching as their Führer vanished into ash. There were no hymns, no final speeches, only the crack of nearby gunfire and the unspoken realization that everything they had sworn to, everything they had fought for, was now smoke in the air. Inside the bunker, a strange calm followed. It was not peace. Peace was far beyond reach. It was the stillness of a theatre after the last act has ended and the audience has yet to rise. In the hours that followed, his staff moved about in a quiet urgency. Hitler's final will and political testament, dictated just days before, was signed and distributed. In it he had denounced his generals, reasserted his hatred for the Jews, and named Admiral Karl Donitz as his successor. The words were filled with self-pity and blame. There was no apology, no remorse. Some of his followers wept. Others busied themselves with tasks, perhaps to keep from collapsing under the weight of it all. A few began preparing their own exits. Joseph and Magda Goebbels, fanatically loyal to the end, gathered their 6 young children that night. They would not survive. The next day, above ground, the war raged on. The Soviets were pressing toward the Reichstag. The last German defenses were buckling under the pressure of 1,000,000 shells. But something had changed. Though the gunfire had not ceased, a silence of a different sort now echoed across the city. Hitler was dead, and with him, the dream of the Third Reich had finally rotted into a nightmare. Yet his death did not immediately stop the bloodshed. In fact, the fighting intensified. Soviet soldiers, some of whom had lost entire families to the German invasion, fought with a fury born not just of vengeance but of momentum. They did not yet know of Hitler's suicide. They did not care. Their orders were unchanged. Take Berlin, street by street, room by room. In bunkers and cellars, some German soldiers heard the news and refused to believe it. Others despaired. Some took their own lives. Others simply fought on, no longer for a cause, but because they were trapped. The city, like its leader, was dead, but did not yet know it. When the announcement finally came, broadcast first to Donitz's remaining forces and then echoed through German radio, it was delivered in a cold, almost bureaucratic language. Hitler had fallen fighting at the head of his troops, the message claimed. It was a lie, crafted to preserve an image already reduced to rubble. But no lie could change the truth now etched in history. The man who had promised revival had brought only ruin. The leader who had commanded adoration had ended alone, beneath the ground, devoured by fire. In those final hours, Hitler had not been a warrior. He had not been a martyr. He had been a man consumed by his own hatred, abandoned by reason, and cornered by the consequences of his ambition. His death was not a climax. It was an epilogue, a moment long awaited, not celebrated but endured, like the final cough of a disease before the healing could begin. And yet, the shadow he cast would linger. The world outside the bunker would struggle for decades with the meaning of those final days, with the horrors that preceded them, with the choices made and not made. For many, Hitler's death offered no closure, only the end of a chapter written in the blood of millions. But for Berlin, in that moment, it was a turning point. As the flames in the garden subsided and the wind carried away the ashes, the city above began its last breath of war. The Red Army was closing in. The remaining defenders would soon surrender or die. And beneath their feet, the architect of their destruction had finally fallen silent. The war would go on for a few more days, the suffering for longer still. But on April 30th, 1945, in a bunker beneath a ruined city, the man who had plunged the world into chaos died as he had lived in those final months, isolated, embittered, and drowning in delusion. His empire was gone, his dreams burned, and the world at last prepared to bury him in memory, if not in peace. When Adolf Hitler died in the Führerbunker on April 30th, 1945, a silence fell, but it was not peace. It was a pause, a momentary gap in the orchestration of collapse. With the Führer gone, the command structure of Nazi Germany fractured. Into that void stepped Joseph Goebbels, Reich Minister of Propaganda, his ambitions propped up by fanaticism rather than legitimacy. In the final hours of the Third Reich, he would attempt to become its heart, even as that heart was stopping. Goebbels met the news in the bunker's map room, where the air hung thick with dust and despair. He stood rigid, pale, a single spot of red on his tie. Around him, a handful of aides and generals exchanged anxious glances. There was no place for grief here. The war still raged. The Soviets were within firing range, and yet Goebbels did not hesitate. He stepped forward and proclaimed himself the new Führer in all but name, deriding the late Hitler's successor, Donitz, as a traitor. He would remain in Berlin. He would continue the fight. He would not flee. The city, his city, would not die without him. Orders were hastily drawn. He appointed acting commanders. He demanded that radio stations resume broadcasting, that the propaganda machinery be fixed to serve a final push of defiance. He preached about national redemption and the spiritual resistance that would outlast Soviet guns. His voice, amplified by the loudspeakers, raged through the bunker corridors. Some believed. Others stared at the floor, paler than before. Yet Goebbels's claim was rooted in illusion. He had no power beyond the bunker's walls, no forces left under a central command, and no plan capable of halting the Soviets. Still, he clung to ritual, symbols of authority and command. A black flag was unfurled in the map room. His aides addressed him in hushed tones as Führer. The bunker's lights flickered, as if struggling to hold the facade together. By May 1st, Goebbels confronted the deepest conflict of all. His family, Magda, his wife, had followed him underground, bringing with her their 6 children. The bunker, designed for command and staff, strained to contain them. The children slept in narrow bunks, played under tables, and asked questions no one could answer. Goebbels watched them with something like tenderness, yet beneath it, a fierce determination burned. He would not surrender them. He would not let them live in a world ruled by the Soviets. He would choose their end as he had chosen the Reich's. That afternoon, he summoned Magda in the dim, primitive kitchen beneath the bunker. His face, so often animated by zeal or fury, reflected sorrow, exhaustion, and conviction. He told her that surrender meant Brussels, Moscow, or worse, American captivity. He painted bleak images: girls violated, children brutalized, families scattered and enslaved. His words were not promises, they were incitements to despair. Magda listened, nodded, and embraced him. If she thought he was terrified, she did not show it. She believed in his path. They would walk it together. Meanwhile, outside the bunker, the shattered city waited. Berliners struggled for scraps of food. Soviet guns roared ever closer. Street fighting intensified. Some believed the end had come with Hitler's death. But Goebbels's declaration revived a volatile hope that resistance, even empty, symbolic resistance, might matter, that refusing to surrender might carve some legacy out of bodily destruction. Goebbels took control of the city's radio broadcast. He delivered speeches laced with defiance and despair, challenging the Allied powers to take Berlin over his broken body. Some listened from shattered buildings or basement shelters, their faces drawn. Others, long broken by loss, turned away. Still, the broadcast went out. This was no longer about victory. It was about refusal. It was about proving loyalty, even unto death. He issued final orders to local commanders: defend the bridges, hold the rail yards, burn the records so that Soviet looters could find nothing. The city's remaining functionaries, police, engineers, transportation, were commanded to maintain services for as long as possible. Hospitals should stay open. Trams, when the tracks could still carry them, should continue. He demanded that the remaining civilians support the defenders, hack timbers, fill sandbags, haul ammunition. Even in collapse, he wanted to demand effort. Inside the bunker, Goebbels watched death approach. Shells fell with increasing violence. Smoke filtered in, blocking the sunlight. The children grew pale. Magda grew still. The air became clotted with despair and anticipation. They had chosen a path with no return. On the evening of May 1st, he convened a final meeting attended by the last loyal members of his inner circle. Plans were laid. At dawn, he and Magda would kill their children, then themselves. The ceremony was to be swift and absolute. There would be no fanfare, no drama. It would be done quickly, out of love, out of dignity, out of an absolute denial of what lay ahead. For Goebbels, death was the last act of power, the final statement of resistance, the ultimate refusal to bend before the enemy. As night pressed down, he kissed his children, whispered prayers, and held them tight. In the dim, stale darkness of that bunker, death seemed less like an end and more like an act of devotion. The city above moaned in the throes of conquest. But here, in that underground chamber, Goebbels and his family made a choice that only they could understand or prevent. When dawn came, their bodies were found. The children had been sedated. Magda and Joseph had each taken cyanide. It was a final, desperate gesture, an act of defeat clothed in allegiance to a monstrous cause. The bunker had emptied itself of its most fanatic couple. The city would follow them soon. For a few hours, Goebbels had held command. For a few hours, he had fashioned himself into Hitler's heir. But command without power is an illusion. His authority, upheld by propaganda and dread, could not stop the shells, could not change the streets, could not save a world already lost. And in those final hours, the difference between leader and fanatic dissolved into rubble and smoke. The Reich died, not with a declaration, but with a whisper, an echo of conviction within a bunker, a family consumed, a movement undone from within. Berlin would fall in days. But the silence beneath it would carry on long afterward, a testament to the end of a belief that was not the end. By the first days of May 1945, Berlin had become a tomb for the living. The city was strangled from all sides, choked by Soviet artillery, and reduced to splintered walls and ash-choked streets. With every hour, the noose pulled tighter, and inside it, both soldier and civilian were caught in a suffocating spiral of fear, desperation, and fading hope. The end had come, but not everyone was willing to wait for death in silence. For some German soldiers, officers, and even scattered units of the Waffen-SS, the final order was simple and stark: break out or die trying. There were no maps, no clear paths, no guarantees. What lay beyond the Soviet lines was unknown. But for those still breathing inside the crumbling city, the only thing worse than running into Soviet fire was staying behind to greet it. The most desperate of these breakouts began late on May 1st and into the early hours of May 2nd. Berlin, now battered and fractured into isolated pockets of resistance, offered little in the way of coordination. The streets were a maze of fire-blackened vehicles, collapsed buildings, and the bodies of the fallen. Still, hundreds, perhaps thousands of soldiers attempted to flee westward, toward the rumored American lines, toward the Elbe, toward anything that wasn't red with vengeance. In the dense shadows of the Tiergarten and beneath the ruins of the Reich Chancellery, scattered units moved silently, their weapons low, their boots scraping against stone and ash. They crept through the war-torn avenues, using subway tunnels, sewer lines, and shattered alleyways as their escape routes. Many believed they could reach the Spree, cross it, and slip past the advancing Soviet fronts. Most were wrong. The Soviets had seen the signs. They had tightened their positions, ringed the key bridges, and sealed the exits. Machine guns covered the escape routes. Spotlights flared over the broken skyline like phantom suns. Tanks waited at intersections, their barrels already primed. Some fleeing groups never fired a shot. They were caught in the open and annihilated. Others managed to punch through, only to be gunned down by a second or third ring of steel. It was not a breakout, it was a slaughter. Not all who ran were soldiers. Civilians, too, terrified of what was to come, grabbed their children and fled into the night with makeshift maps and backpacks filled with bread crusts and keepsakes. Mothers pulled toddlers across tram lines. Old men carried the dying. Nurses pushed carts of the wounded down rubble-laced streets, whispering prayers to saints who had long since turned their backs on Berlin. In some neighborhoods, neighbors turned on each other. Rumors of secret passageways sparked arguments. Gunshots echoed in darkened basements. Some tried to hide among the fleeing troops, dressing in uniforms too large or too small, hoping the Soviet patrols would mistake them for someone they weren't. Others clutched white rags, hoping a surrender might grant them mercy. Often, it did not. The banks of the Rubble River became scenes of silent tragedy. Families huddled in the reeds, waiting for nightfall. Rafts and inner tubes, patched together from debris and hope, were launched across the dark water, often under Soviet fire. Some made it. Others slipped beneath the surface, lost forever. Children cried in the darkness. Women sobbed in silence. No one knew what lay ahead, only that what lay behind was no longer home. Among the soldiers attempting to escape were high-ranking officers and the remnants of elite units. They believed they might still be of use to the Reich's last embers, that the war might continue from another corner. But by this point, their radios were silent, their commands unheard, their strategies obsolete. They were ghosts in uniforms, marching into nothing. Some broke through to the forests of Grunwald or the outskirts near Potsdam, where they hoped to rendezvous with other units. Some even reached the American lines in Saxony or were captured by British forces. But their numbers were few, and their journey had been paved with the dead. For everyone who crossed the lines, dozens, perhaps hundreds, never did. They lay in collapsed courtyards and subway shafts, curled beneath smoke-darkened ceilings, their names forgotten, their escape attempt recorded only by the silence they left behind. Even as the breakout attempts intensified, civilian tragedies unfolded in a grotesque tandem. In underground stations, entire families gathered, believing the deep tunnels would protect them. But the war found them there too. On May 2nd, the flooding of the S-Bahn tunnels, whether from intentional sabotage or the result of shell damage, caused a catastrophe. Water rushed into the passageways, sweeping away those too weak to climb or swim. Hundreds drowned in the dark, their cries muffled by concrete and water. The subways became crypts. Elsewhere, surrendering civilians were rounded up by Soviet troops, some treated with sympathy, others with brutal vengeance. Stories of rape, looting, and execution poured out in the aftermath, some exaggerated, many horrifyingly true. The Red Army, having suffered unspeakable atrocities on its own soil during the German invasion, now exacted retribution. It did not distinguish sharply between soldier and civilian. It did not always heed the white flag. But not all encounters ended in blood. There were moments, quiet, almost invisible, when compassion pierced through. A Soviet soldier helping an elderly Berliner carry her child, shared cigarette between enemies, a hand raised not to strike but to offer bread. These were fleeting and rare, but they existed. Even in ruin, humanity sometimes survived. As dawn broke on May 2nd, Berlin lay still. The last organized breakout attempts had failed. Smoke rose in pillars from the heart of the city. Goebbels was dead. Hitler was ash. The Third Reich had no voice left to command, no hand left to strike. A Soviet flag fluttered atop the Reichstag, tattered and stained, but unmistakable. The battle was over. But for those who had tried to escape, and for those left behind, the scars would remain. In the weeks and months that followed, survivors emerged from their cellars and shadows to face a city that no longer knew its own name. They would bury their dead in courtyards. They would rebuild walls that had once been homes. And they would remember the faces of those who had run into the fire, believing, perhaps wrongly, that something could still be saved. In the story of Berlin's fall, it is easy to mark the grand events, the flags raised, the bunkers breached, the maps redrawn. But the heart of the tragedy lay in these desperate breakouts, in the boots that ran through the rubble, in the hands that pulled children across rivers, in the eyes of those who looked at the horizon and prayed for a miracle that never came. History would move on. The world would rebuild. But those days in Berlin, when every step was a gamble and every hour a question, would echo through the silence that followed. In the end, escape was not measured in miles, but in survival. And even that came at a price few could bear. The Reichstag stood at the heart of Berlin's ruins, a monument to German power defaced and hollowed by war. Its shattered dome, scarred stonework and broken flags were stark reminders of the world that had been. For the Soviets, it was far more than a building. It was the symbol of the Nazi regime itself. To capture it and raise the red flag upon its ruins was to write the final line in the first act of the Third Reich's downfall. And so began the battle that would mark the end of Berlin and the collapse of an empire. On May 1st, the Soviet High Command ordered the concentric converging of their assault units toward the Reichstag. Marshal Zhukov, determined to secure the highest honor, dispatched wave after wave of assault squads. These were not conventional units. They were demolition teams, sappers, flamethrowers, and elite infantry, all tasked with one mission: break into the Reichstag and hoist the red standard within. The building's position was strategic. It rose on a small hill inside the Tiergarten, commanding its surroundings. Soviet artillery had spent hours by then leveling the adjacent government quarter, shelling from multiple flanks. Tanks and self-propelled guns reduced walls to rubble. Isolated pulses of rifle fire were all that remained from the German defense. But a defense, we must call it, a handful of die-hard SS and Hitler youth determined to hold the edifice to the very end. They had fortified its grand chamber. They had rigged the stairwells. They had planted booby traps. They believed that even a symbolic stand could earn them a place in history. On the afternoon of May 1st, the first Soviet assault began. Engineers advanced under a storm of gunfire, rollers with wire atop tanks, and chainmen ahead of the columns. A brave few reached the wide steps, manhandled by rubble and smoke. A German tank hunter opened fire from a broken window. An anti-tank mine tore into its track. Flames rose. Soviet gunners knocked it out with a single round. The building, so monumental and terrible, was already succumbing to the violence. Inside, the corridors were a maze. The lobby's marble floor was cracked and soaked with blood. Tarnished chandeliers lay smashed, their glass fragments scattered underfoot. More than once, assault groups pressed too far forward and were trapped by collapsing staircases. Others fell victim to hidden SS or Volkssturm sharpshooters. Floor by floor, room by room, the Soviets clawed their way upward. The fight was savage and intimate. It was in the lower chamber, the grand hall where the Reichstag rose to address the nation, where the fiercest battle occurred. Soviet sappers made breaches in the walls. Flamethrower teams swept the floor. Riflemen stormed across the red-tiled expanse. Grenades bounced off the stone dais. German defenders responded with pistol fire, grenades lobbed from the balconies. The clash sounded like thunder, rifle cracks ricocheting, grenade explosions, boots on tile. It was deeply visceral. Meanwhile, artillery paused. The focus had narrowed. Afternoon light poured through the shattered windows, momentarily illuminating the interior carnage. For an instant, everything seemed frozen, the smoke, the gunfire, the flames, before the battle resumed. Each smoke-filled corridor was lethal. The air burned with an acrid dust. The scent of cordite was thick. Soldiers gasped under the weight of their own fear. As evening approached, Soviet troops seized the gallery overlooking the chamber. Machine guns were set up. Flanking teams secured the stairwells. Red banners were prepared in the trenches by officers. The moment of triumph waited in the tension. Then came May 2nd at 10:45 a.m., the moment that would be stamped into history. A Soviet officer mounted a podium by the shattered dais. He unfurled a tattered red banner, a cloth the size of a large flag, its edges ragged and charred. He called to the men around him. 3 were selected: Sergeant Melaton Kantaria, Sergeant Mikhail Yegorov, and Lieutenant Alexei Berest. According to Soviet accounts, they climbed carefully onto the dais amid the rubble and smoke. Their boots sunk into the blood-soaked tile. They held the banner upright, then hoisted it together. As it turned in the breeze through the broken glass, the flag's deep red stood out against the grey chaos. For a moment, everything paused. A shotgun echo, a distant shell fell. Then a roar went up from the Soviet lines, first a cheer, then gun salutes. The building shuddered as artillery resumed, perhaps in tribute, perhaps to suppress the last defenders. The red flag stood, saturated with meaning. Not only death, but victory. Berlin was theirs. But the battle was not over. Soviet squads spread upward into the roof, clearing sniper nests. Mortar teams brought in shells to suppress any remaining resistance on the upper floors. By nightfall, the symbol of Soviet conquest was firmly planted. The building would stay contested deeper into the night, but the flag remained. This moment was not merely symbolic. It marked the fall of Berlin. It marked the fall of the Reich. And it resonated far beyond the ruined stones of the Reichstag. Radio broadcasts relayed the news to Allied capitals. Civilian shelters heard it amid the gunfire. It was a flag planted atop lies, at the end of violence. But it was also a flag planted atop hope for liberation, for reckoning, for rebuilding. What happened afterward blurred into the collapse of Berlin's last defenders. Some German soldiers manned positions in the chambers above, firing their rifles at intruders until they were shot. Others surrendered on the eve of dawn. American troops arriving on the city's edge picked their way through the charred avenues, met Soviet columns, and paused at the new museum to note the banner. The fall of the building did not mean the immediate end of the fighting, but it meant the end of hope for Nazi Germany. In the following days, the Soviets consolidated their hold. They cleaned the building. They fixed old offices to use as command posts. They hoisted newer, larger red flags atop the broken pillars. For the surviving Berliners, the site became a place of trembling pilgrimage. Some returned to bury their loved ones in the rubble. Others simply stared up at the flag, unable to cry. Many held on to the promise that with this symbol came an end to the bombs, to the terror, to the regime that had ruled from these halls. The Reichstag had been built for a democracy it never fully served. It was burned, restored, manipulated, and defiled. In its halls, Hitler had manipulated the Reichstag fire to claim sweeping powers. Now, in its ruins, the enemies he had summoned claimed the final moment. The red flag was not just a sign of conquest, but a promise of something new: freedom, accountability, the reckoning of crimes. Over the following months, Berlin became a divided city, a stage for ideological confrontation. The Reichstag, like the city itself, was broken. It would be rebuilt decades later as a home of democracy, the Bundestag, by Germans who looked not to glory but to remembrance. They would inscribe beneath its dome, "To the German people." But in the moment of May 2nd, 1945, that was centuries away. Berlin was a pile of embers and shadow. The Red Army soldiers, stepping from the Reichstag, laid down their weapons and cried. They had carried the war to the end. Some had lost family. Others had been wounded. All had survived to place that banner. And as the Soviet press later described that moment, the photo of the flag rising at the Reichstag, taken by Yevgeny Khalday, became one of the most iconic images of the 20th century. Its composition was romantic, even staged. Its meaning was brutally immediate. The Hitler state had fallen, but the price was not forgotten. Thousands had died in the assault, more than in any one part of the Berlin battle. Buildings remained smoldering. Guards still fired sporadically. The city outside was a physical representation of rage and revenge. The absence of the Nazi flag atop the Reichstag did not mean quiet, but it meant a hope flickering through the smoke. The battle for the Reichstag was the bookend of Berlin's fall. Its capture did not end the war, but it ended Berlin's role as Hitler's capital. From then on, the war's shape would change, on to surrender negotiations, probes at the Alps, the lessons of history. But that banner, planted in that rubble, signaled the end of the Third Reich's heartbeat. For the Soviet soldiers, it was vindication. For the Germans, agony. For the world, a signal that a long night had ended, even if the morning would come slowly and the cost of rebuilding would endure for decades. Yet that flag remained, not as a symbol of victory over a people but over an ideology, a reminder that hatred could be defeated even at the gates of hell. When the Reichstag fell and the red banner rose on its shattered dome, the death rattle of Berlin echoed across every street and building. The roar of guns dwindled, swallowed by the distant thunder of tanks and the distant cries of the wounded. In the days that followed, May 2nd, 3rd and beyond, Berliners emerged from their basements and shelters into a city unrecognizable, both physically and morally. Yet, amid the smouldering wreckage, one word began to spread through the rubble: surrender. For the German troops still scattered among the ruins, defeat was finally more bearable than the fight to the last soldier. They had fought through mud, fire and agony, through childhood, fatherhood and family. Now their last command was silence. They were no longer soldiers of the Reich, but survivors, stepping into captivity under the watchful eyes of their victors. Long after the Reichstag fell, pockets of resistance endured. Soldiers, some young, some old, continued to fire from basements, from abandoned factories, from high-rise windows. It wasn't organized. It was not heroic. It was desperation, a reflex, the heartbeat refusing to stop. Yet, with each passing sunrise, each distant cannonade, each captured position reclaimed by advancing Soviet or Western patrols, the resistance lost its coherence. It became what it had always been: hopeless. On the morning of May 2nd, contact teams, Soviet and American, began broadcasting surrender announcements from tank-mounted loudspeakers. This is the Soviet Army. Lay down your arms, and you will be treated according to the Geneva Convention. They played Beethoven through crackling speakers, ironical renditions meant to remind listeners of Germany's cultural legacy and the moral abyss it had fallen into. Some soldiers emerged, their hands in the air, their birth certificates clutched in trembling fingers. Families followed, clutching children, pets, memories. The process of surrender was as chaotic as the battle had been. Frontline units staggered out in small clusters, some with rifles, some without, some in crumpled uniforms, others in civilian clothes. They were met by Soviet soldiers, sometimes kindly, sometimes harshly. Some captives were marched off to temporary holding pens. Others were interrogated, their paperwork checked. Those without documents were warehoused, their fates delayed under guard towers and floodlights. Yet surrender brought no immediate end to suffering. The infrastructure had collapsed. The shelters had been destroyed. The water had dried up. Medical care was non-existent. Surrendering soldiers were left to starve, to walk kilometer after kilometer toward collection points, carrying wounds festering in the open. Only after hours or days would Red Cross convoys arrive to offer bread, soup, and bandages. The surrender was the end of the fighting, but not the end of fear. Within 3 days, more than 100,000 personnel had surrendered in Berlin alone: soldiers, civil militiamen, police. They were joined in the following week by survivors from outlying districts and towns, Görlitz, Oranienburg, Potsdam, who stepped across provisional lines or were rounded up by Soviet patrols. In each case, surrender meant survival, but not always freedom. Prisoner columns moved under guard toward the Soviet rear, toward interrogation centers and POW camps. Some would never return. In the rubble of apartment blocks, surrendering families stumbled across Soviet checkpoints, showing white flags sewn from sheets, voicing prayers for mercy. In exchange, some were allowed to stay in the city if they agreed to work on reconstruction teams, clear bodies, move debris. Others were repatriated to refugee camps. Mothers, clutching crying infants, walked alongside men in uniform. Siblings followed, barefoot and stunned by the daylight and the guns. For the Soviet troops, the surrender was more than a strategic success. It was a psychological relief. It was a confirmation that the monstrous war was drawing to a close. Many paused their advance to help the captives, to share cigarettes, to offer their cigarette lighters back. Others stood guard, shadowed by victory and the unknown truths each German held. The surrender needed to be orderly somehow. Amid a street grid designed for cattle cars, amid the official surrender, Private reckonings unfolded. An old colonel laid down his arms on Fassenenstrasse, dropped to his knees, and wept before Soviet soldiers dug in behind a charred car. He had survived Stalingrad, had refused to retreat at Kursk, had commanded a fortress city. Here, he surrendered to the first marching band near a Soviet field kitchen. A Nazi paratrooper, missing an arm, staggered into the Allied sector, his eyes bright, his voice quiet, collapsing with relief the moment he crossed. Yet not all surrenders were voluntary or peaceful. Some German officers, condemned to death for refusing to surrender, were executed on the spot. Some civilians were beaten if they showed Nazi insignia. Some women who had been part of the defense effort were raped and left in the rain-soaked streets. The moral chaos of surrender mirrored the military chaos. Justice arrived in fits and starts. Then came the searches. Red Army officers combed through abandoned offices and houses, confiscating documents, flags, banners, and hidden weapons. They removed gold rings, family photos, secret family Bibles. In one burned-out house, Soviet soldiers found diaries kept by a teenage girl, full of love letters addressed to her boyfriend at the front, a photo album, the family torn and charred. The Soviets went through everything, their faces grim, not hungry for treasure but for evidence. By May 5th, the street fighting had ended. No more ammunition rattled in the night. Except for isolated skirmishes near the Olympic Stadium, Berlin was silent. The surrender was complete. The German units within Berlin's walls no longer existed. Their numbers were accounted for, their weapons seized, their cities razed. The surrender unfolded amid the tragedy of civilians lingering in the aftermath. Hospitals swelled with the wounded who had surrendered alongside German units. Children lay gasping from inhaling bunker fumes, crammed into basements. Older people cooked soup over blacked-out stovetops. Berliners moved across broken bridges, carrying white cloth to signal safe passage. The last trains out left with civilian refugees, leaving skeletons of their own behind. In the wider theatre of the war, this surrender, while only the final gasp of Berlin, resonated globally. Across the Atlantic, in Washington, Roosevelt's funeral had already passed. In London, crowds stood in Trafalgar Square in silence. In Tokyo, newspapers ran headlines about the fall of Berlin, as radio static pushed across the Pacific. But here, in the smoke-curtained streets, there was no applause, only relief, shock, and the weight of guilt. To surrender was not to celebrate. It was a confession that the world had changed. Yet, it was also a foundation for rebuilding. When the last German unit laid down its arms, the date was May 5th, roughly marking the official end of the Battle of Berlin. In the weeks that followed, former combatants became labor units. Frontline weapons were melted for reuse. Streets were cleaned, bodies were buried. The city held its breath and its tears. From beneath balconies once adorned with swastikas, Berliners watched columns of prisoners move toward collection pens. Children, pulled from bomb shelters by schoolteachers, recited a memorized oath to a new reality. A soldier captured the day before helped a woman carry a suitcase across Friedrichstrasse. He glanced up at the broken carriage entrance of the Anhalter Bahnhof and made a vow to help rebuild. He would survive, but he would never forgive himself entirely. The surrender in Rubble, not negotiated in palaces but whispered in basements and signaled from broken windows, was not a grand moment in history, but a deeply human one. It was the moment when soldiers stopped shooting, when civilians stopped hiding, when the city, momentarily crippled, dared to look up and breathe its last military breath. The Nazis had demanded it. The Soviets had enforced it. The world had watched it. Berlin had surrendered. But Berlin would live on, reborn from the ashes. And the story of those who surrendered, who laid down their arms amid the wreckage, would speak not only of defeat but of endurance, of dread, of apology, of memory. It was, in its way, the quietest surrender ever recorded, and the most poignant. In a city of ruins, behind white flags and broken helmets, humanity endured. And amid the engulfing dust of the Battle of Berlin, surrender became the prelude to survival. May 1945 dawned over a Berlin reduced to ash and rubble, where the gaping wounds of bombed-out avenues reflected not just destruction but an empire's collapse. The once a thunderous roar of battle had quieted. In its place, a brittle hush settled across the city's fractured bones. And yet, amid the silence, the nation's fate shifted beneath the battered boots of the Red Army. At the stroke of noon on May 2nd, as the red flag fluttered over the Reichstag's shattered dome, Generalissimo Joseph Stalin issued his decree, Victory in Berlin. His voice, heard across radio airwaves, reverberated through the Soviet Union, an official end to the bloodiest chapter on the Eastern Front. The Great Patriotic War, he declared, has achieved its final triumph. In that moment, he affirmed the Soviet Union as the victor over Nazism, the liberator of Europe, and the legitimate power in the heart of Germany. From Moscow to Minsk to Vladivostok, people felt the seismic shift. The war was over. A new order was about to begin. But the cost was unimaginable. Over 12 days of suicidal, heroic assaults, Soviet forces had stormed Berlin. 2 million men, countless tanks and artillery pieces, countless lives. The city had been pounded not just by military strategy, but by vengeance. Estimates place Soviet casualties in Berlin alone at over 300,000 killed, wounded, or missing. For each shattered building, dozens of Soviet lives lay buried nearby. A single square block might have claimed 1 battalion. Every raised flag had been paid for in agony and blood. Marshal Chuikov, commander of the 8th Guards Army, spoke of it plainly. "We did not win Berlin, we survived it." He meant more than the physical destruction. He meant that to capture such a city, teeming with twisted streets and hidden killers, to see men breach the Reichstag, demanded not just force but sacrifice. A generation was scarred, not only lost but wounded, limbs, minds, souls. Soldiers returned home bearing bullet holes, psychological trauma, nightmares of dead children in stairwells. And they carried the echoes. Berlin, too, had been mortally wounded. The city lay in ruins. An estimated 80% of its buildings had been damaged or destroyed. Homes, factories, schools, churches, everything. The infrastructure was gone. Water, gas, electricity, all severed in the fighting. Train lines were torn up, bridges were bombed, roads were cratered. The city's heart remained uninhabitable. Some neighborhoods were reduced to bare earth, their foundations the only proof they had once existed. Berlin was silent, only alive in the sound of reconstruction crews clearing corpses and debris. For Berliners, peace arrived not as relief, but as shock. They woke to a sun that no longer warmed them, but burned over a field of ruins. They stepped out of cellars to find babies waving soggy schoolbooks, sealed by soot. The death count, both civilian and military, would number in the hundreds of thousands overall. Whether by bombardment, starvation, illness, or fighting, Berlin's families had vanished by the tens of thousands. The city was a mausoleum of absence. Stalin's triumph was also political. The Soviet Union's troops remained in Berlin, toppling swastikas, raising red flags on government buildings, and stamping their authority on the hearts of Berliners. They intended to remain indefinitely, not as liberators but as occupiers. The Allies, Stalin knew, would grant him that. Agreements at Yalta and Potsdam ensured that Berlin, though situated in the Western Zone, would house a Soviet sector, a symbol of endurance. The city would forever be split between East and West. International reaction was swift. In London, crowds cheered. In Washington, telephones rang in victory. In Paris, champagne glasses clinked in celebration. The mayor in New York announced public holidays. Statements proclaimed peace was near worldwide. The horrors, the betrayals, the cost, all were muted by the need to declare an end. Yet those flags over Berlin were not only symbols of victory, they were sentinels, warning of the geopolitical struggle to come. Stalin, for his part, did not speak of cost. He spoke of vindication. He spoke of sacrifice as valor. He offered medals and parades. He commissioned songs and monuments to immortalize Berlin's fall. The Soviet people who had endured famine, occupation, and extermination now saw, finally, a promise of glory. It was a victory born of suffering, but it was a victory nonetheless. Berlin, for its part, was uninhabitable, and no government operated. No public services functioned. No civilian authority could exist amid the detritus. The Soviet military administration took over, establishing a provisional rule. Soldiers became officers. Rubble clearing turned into law enforcement, and the city's future was drafted amidst the ruined shells. They drafted Berlin's first adult council, workers, tradesmen, survivors, to begin reconstruction. They stamped bread rations, enforced curfews, and organized sanitation. They used Soviet bridges and vehicles where they could. This was not an occupation, it was a takeover. Yet, it was not a total removal. Soviet commanders saw the propaganda value in allowing Berliners to enact local governance. Even amid famine and rubble, people organized to buy food, trade clothes, and rebuild a shattered church wall. The Soviets watched and forced but participated. Moscow wanted Berlin to rebuild, under Red authority, but preferably with Germans in daily control. Berlin was not to be a Soviet puppet city, it would be an East German city, one governed by Germans loyal to Soviet values, or to Soviet victory at least. Meanwhile, Soviet soldiers moved in. Some stayed for weeks, others for months. Some married German women. Others sought refuge in churches. Some were decorated for bravery. Others drifted, listless, from ruin to ruin, cold and foreign. They joined the life left inside the fragments. Memories of suffering softened the propaganda, but not completely. Germany now belonged to them. They meant to keep it. For the Western Allies, the cost and meaning of victory looked different. American and British officers who entered Berlin after months on the Elbe confronted a city that had become Soviet overnight. They believed Berlin would fall to them. The plan had been drawn, the zones agreed, swift dispatches made. But Stalin had cheated them, seized the prizes that mattered most. Berlin and the ruins of the Reichstag became a hinge of the Cold War. The price of their victory was shared, but the legacy belonged to the Soviets. It was a price they immediately realized would reverberate through the decades. At home, ordinary Germans faced the dogged tasks. Returning to their homes was impossible. Clearing the dead was mandatory. Feeding themselves depended on occupying goods. Displaced Germans from the east began to pour in. Berlin, it seemed, might never be alone again, because the Soviets would remain. Rebuilding would start not from desire, but from necessity. Every brick laid carried the weight of guilt, grief, and uncertainty. And still, the city bore the scars, not just physical. Berliners watched the Soviet flags waving from burnt fortresses. They saw Russian names scrawled on walls, Soviet tanks parked in courtyards. They spoke in hushed tones of what had happened in Treptower Park, in the zoo station, in the streets of Tempelhof. They told of kindness and criminality. They admitted to love stories between German women and Soviet soldiers, although speaking of them was dangerous. Everyone in the dust of victory carried wounds on their soul. The Soviet triumph was complete and incomplete. The war had ended in Berlin, but in a Cold War, nothing ever truly ended. The city would be divided. It would be the capital of a new state, the German Democratic Republic, designed in imitation of Soviet ideals. Europe's reconstruction would be shaped by this symbolic conquest. The battle lines of May 1945 became the front lines of 1949, 1961, 1989. But in those early days, the victory itself held a promise. Berlin, after years of darkness, might yet live again. Workers cleared roads with shovels. Teachers reopened classrooms in cellars. Clerks registered births and bodies. Berliners returned quietly to life. They did so not to forget, they could never forget, but to survive, to rebuild, to dream beyond the war. For the Soviets, too, triumph carried a burden. Each soldier bearing glory also carried guilt. What they had destroyed, what they had done. In villages before the city, atrocities had occurred. Soviet officials covered them up. Others punished the perpetrators. Victory required discipline and shame. Monuments were built to honor the heroism. Crematoria burned the bodies. 5 graves, not 10. May Day parades became celebrations of a liberation, which also signified a slavery to Stalin's brand. But in the moment, there was triumph, public, uncompromised triumph. The war was over. Hitler was dead. Berlin had fallen. The swastika was doomed. The city would rise again in time. Buildings would be shorn, bridges rebuilt, schools reopened. The Reichstag would eventually be restored, its dome shining again ironically as a promise of democracy. A reunited German government would hold its chambers there decades later, under a new constitution, a new flag. But the scars of May 1945 would remain. Berlin would never be the same. The victory over Berlin defined the 20th century. It marked the end of one war and the beginning of another. It shaped Germany's destiny, Europe's borders, the shape of the Cold War. But above all, it was a victory paid for in blood, Soviet-German civilian. And no flag, no anthem, no triumphant broadcast could ever wash away the suffering. The last words from the field were not grand, they were whispered prayers. The last images were not banners, they were broken souvenirs. Yet amid the broken glass and broken hearts, something resolute remained. That evil had been defeated, that cities could be rebuilt, that history could yet steer toward better days. The Soviet slogan rang clear, for the motherland, for victory, for peace. But for Berliners emerging from their basements, and for soldiers returning home to empty fields and half-standing farms, the cost of that peace would define every quiet sunrise that followed. Berlin, in the wake of the battle, had become a city undone. Buildings stood hollowed out by shells. Streets once teeming with life now lay silent under the shadow of giants. The gutted Reichstag, the scorched Tiergarten, the skeletal Brandenburg Gate. But in the ash and debris, the most profound devastation was human. For Berlin's civilians, the collapse of the Third Reich did not usher in relief. It ushered in a new, more insidious struggle against hunger, fear, displacement, and violence. In the days after May 2nd, Berliners emerged from basements and bomb shelters into a landscape more apocalyptic than wartime itself. They clambered up stairwells and slipped through rubble-strewn streets, searching for food, water, and news. Their homes, if they still stood, had lost their windows, their roofs, their belongings. Families returned to cupboards emptied of grain, pantries stripped bare. The water mains had long since been severed. Wells had collapsed. People drank from dirty puddles or melted snow. Children with hollowed cheeks clutched crusts of stale bread, trading whispered prayers for one more bite. Food, once a steady if rationed presence, had vanished into chaos. Kitchens across the city became scenes of quiet desperation. A mother boiled dandelion greens in muddy water. A baker crumbled hard loaves into a soup. A father sacrificed his winter coat to trade for a handful of turnips. Campfires flickered behind collapsed walls, tiny beacons of warmth amid the wreckage. Hunger gnawed at the living, sharper and more persistent than any shell. Starvation was not the only threat. The collapse of law and order meant Berlin's people faced more brutal dangers. Streets once patrolled by police were now patrolled by scavengers, deserters and foreign soldiers. Some merciful, some brutal. A woman gathering scrap metal was attacked for her few copper wires. A man mistaken for a Nazi official was beaten by Soviet soldiers. Others were raped, assaulted, or executed in blind vengeance. Every corner carried risk. Every face carried fear. Even midnight curfews offered no protection. There was no one left to enforce them. Displacement became a grim shared experience. Refugees from East Prussia, Silesia, and Pomerania, those who had fled the Soviet advance, jammed Berlin's remaining homes and shelters. They arrived gaunt, terrified, with children pulling tattered suitcases. They filled trains bound west, seeking safety. But first, they had to survive Berlin's rubble. In overcrowded schools converted to dormitories, parasites ran rampant. Diseases, typhus, dysentery, influenza, spread like wildfire in poorly ventilated corridors. Doctors, few and weary, worked with no medicine. Corpses lay alongside the living. There was no one left to bury them properly. After weeks in a basement beneath a collapsed church, 4 families emerged to find every surviving relative gone. Their chorus of grief turned Berlin into a symphony of lament. Yet amid the desolation, small acts of humanity flickered like candlelight in the dark. A wounded veteran shared his single ration with 5 starving neighbors. A Red Cross volunteer organized soup kitchens amid the fire ruins. A Soviet soldier, seeing a toddler crying in the dust, carried him to safety before returning to his patrol. These gestures did not erase the horror, but they offered a fragile thread of hope. Meanwhile, the city's infrastructure was broken beyond recognition. Tram lines were severed. Telephone poles lay across roads. Water was collected in jerrycans or shared buckets. Fires burned uncontrolled at night as crews rationed fuel for essentials. Hospitals, damaged and understaffed, lay amid shattered theaters and schools. The wounded, soldiers and civilians, languished in corridors without pain relief or bandages. A nurse, filling out a list of the dead and missing, paused as a child moaned, clutching her gas mask pouch. She took her hand and prayed. As Berlin struggled for survival, governance, or whatever passed for it, began to emerge. The Soviet administration, reluctant but compelled, set up provisional authorities. Local Germans were appointed to clean streets, distribute food parcels, fix water pumps, and erect draft shelters. Volunteers, young and old, joined labor crews to clear bodies and debris. Some worked merely to eat. Others worked to prove that hope remained. But the lines were fragile. Leadership was tentative. Trust was rare. International aid was slow. The Allies, focused on military victory and post-war diplomacy, only began to send grain and medicine into Berlin weeks later. By then, friends had died, waiting. A schoolteacher with a sickle cell cough collapsed in her classroom shelter. Her last sound was her students chanting, "One more day." A band of sisters carrying old blankets into a courtyard discovered a buried car. Beneath it, their mother, stone cold. Berlin's people learned that victory did not fill empty bellies. Yet life endured. Children, now clothed in donated clothes too big or too worn, began to attend makeshift schools in parks and cellars. Men began rebuilding fences, dusting cobblestones. Women formed communal kitchens. Priests held services among the ruins. Mosquitoes buzzed in the puddles. The arts persevered. A violinist played amid a broken stage. A German and a Russian shared a music spot lit by firelight. That moment, both defiant and fragile, reminded Berliners of what had survived. Memory, culture, community. Not walls, but fear remained. Every engine sound revived the memory of tanks. Every uniform brought a subconscious horror. Many slept lightly. Many kept buckets by their beds, fully dressed. The question haunted them, who would come next? In the face of this, Berliners also began to bury their dead. Mass graves were dug in parks and empty lots. City workers, exhausted and trembling, lowered bodies wrapped in blankets. Children watched from doorways, their eyes empty. The dirt covered not only corpses, but entire families, hopes and futures. The soil beneath Berlin was a mix of tears, blood and ash. Yet they persisted. They dared to dream. They drew chalk lines on blasted walls, marking where homes once stood. They made sketches for stores, for schools, for bringing back life. Letters were sent, though delivery was uncertain. Names were etched into window frames. Children grew dandelions in empty pots. Survivors carried them east or west, basing their lives on fragile hopes. In the following weeks and months, Berlin stayed broken, remade by its inhabitants. Forced laborers moved rubble for rations. Reconstruction crews put up basic shelters, fixed water pipes. Curfews were lifted, and tram lines were hastily restored. Berlin became a place one could walk through again, though always with a sense of caution, always with the past in mind. The question remained, can a city destroyed by war outlive its people? Berlin's answer came with every broken doorway that was reopened, every mother who fed a child with scant rations, every soul that did not surrender to despair. The destiny of Berlin's people wasn't decided by generals or flags. It was decided by those who filled their bellies with thin soup, who scraped mortar from their windowsills, who read worn newspapers on park benches, who documented their experiences in battered diaries. They kept the flame of life burning in a city consumed by hopelessness. And though their names may never appear on monuments, their resilience, their survival, became the foundation for the Berlin that would rise once more, divided then brought together, to stand not as a symbol of an empire but of endurance. In the final analysis, this city was not conquered by bombs, by bullets, by ideology. It was salvaged, slowly, painfully, beautifully, by its own people. Those who came out from the basements, bringing with them memories of the war and an unyielding will to live again. Berlin's ruins rested quietly under a pale spring sky. Once the core of Hitler's empire, it was now the center of a new world's divisions. In the wake of the Battle of Berlin, victory was not being forged into peace, but into partition. The city that had shaped its identity in conflict was being reborn in division. Its avenues, scarred by artillery, now had invisible frontiers, lines drawn not by destruction, but by diplomacy. These lines would define a century. In mid-July 1945, military governors from the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union convened in the ruined conference room of the Berlin City Hall. They sat among chipped plaster and shattered windows, their decisions echoing through broken walls. They were not merely partitioning a city, they were carving its very soul. Each nation saw Berlin as both a symbol and a strategic asset. The Soviets were resolved to protect their western border. The Western Allies were determined to stop another Soviet takeover. The words they spoke were courteous, but the lines they established would become unyielding. Berlin was officially divided into 4 sectors, like a piece of property. Soviet flags flew over the eastern sector, while the Western Allies laid claim to the western portions. What was once a single urban metropolis had become a geopolitical conundrum. The Spree River, once a main artery of the city, became a boundary separating ideologies. The subway system crossed invisible barriers. A tram line could go from one sector to another without any warning. Berliners realized overnight that their city's existence would now be determined by which flag was flying over their street. Higher-level politics ensued. In August at Potsdam, Churchill, Truman, and Stalin signed new accords. Germany would be managed as one nation, but Berlin would be governed in 4 parts. And while the Allies intended to administer the city together, the Soviets quickly began asserting their authority. In the east, the secret police occupied former Gestapo buildings. In the west, the Allies started giving out aid, reopening schools, and restoring essential services. The daily routines of life began to differ. West Berliners stood in line for bread at Allied-run distribution points. East Berliners waited longer under Soviet-controlled supplies. The city was coming apart, quietly but surely. The separation was not just physical, it permeated the atmosphere. Fear took the place of familiarity. A Berlin woman living near Friedrichstrasse Market had friends in Prenzlauer Berg. Now her childhood friend was in the Soviet sector and needed papers to visit, even when there was no safe place to meet. Couples were split up. Jobs became inaccessible. Berlin's social structure was stretched thin, unraveling at the checkpoint lines. Checkpoint Charlie became an icon long before its guardhouse was erected. Soldiers from both sides faced each other across the checkpoints, their faces tired. The Americans offered cigarettes and coffee. The Soviets provided brandy and silence. Berliners queued up daily, attempting to cross, trading for medicine, for food, for reunions. A look across the border would show street signs being slowly changed. Russisch Platz, not Rathaus. English streetlights replacing swastikas. Languages shifted. Logos disappeared. Life became alien. Some tried to cope with it through humor. A Berliner born in Charlottenburg learned to say goodbye twice, once at the west checkpoint and again at the east. Children learned which lines went where. Families planted gardens on the edges of sectors. Farmers bartered eggs across invisible divides. But the city was no longer Berlin to them. It was east and west. Us and them. Survival and suspicion. Diplomats and spies arrived. The Soviet Secret Service established itself in corners of the east sector, while American intelligence started to survey the west. Every building permit, every bakery license, every school's curriculum became a battleground for influence. Berlin schools used either Soviet or Western history books, and those histories were different from the start. Children were taught different versions of the same past. A single event, the fall of Berlin, 2 stories, 1 winner, 2 truths. By late 1945, the lines were set. The Soviets started to limit movement, controlling water and power. In reaction, the Western Allies set up supply routes. Berliners began to depend on aid airlifts from Gatow and Tempelhof. The city became tense, hanging on by goodwill and fuel. Berlin's cranes were rebuilding the rubble, but they were also building distrust. Still, life went on. Music came from makeshift cafes. Students went back to their lectures. Shopkeepers opened along the Kurfürstendamm with Western products: cheese, coffee, toothpaste. In the Soviet zones, ration cards were used carefully. East Berliners learned to wait in line for bread, to be patient for factory jobs or bus seats. Families would sneak into West Berlin on occasion to trade eggs, uniforms, and listen to Western news. The city was shattered. It would not be silenced, but the political divide deepened. In early 1946, East Berlin chose its first communist mayor. The Westerners, in the meantime, started to work on the Marshall Plan. Berlin was a prize. Soviet ideology was aiming for a proletarian bastion in the middle of Europe. The West wanted to demonstrate what prosperity could be. Stocked sidewalks, gas stations, restored opera houses. Berliners felt divided between 2 possible futures. One offered equality and state-managed stability. The other presented choice and risk. Mothers would whisper to their children, if only the wall weren't coming. But no wall was there yet. The city was still open, but open to 2 different stories. People separated by less than a kilometer were living in different worlds. In these months, the seeds of the Cold War were planted. Berlin was no longer a battleground of armies, but of ideologies. Modern Germany would not be defined by treaties, but by ways of thinking. Those broken lanes, the Mauerstrasse, the Friedrichstrasse line, would one day be called the Wall. But in 1945, they were just damaged roads with the footprints of soldiers and children on them. In the courtyard of the market church, an old pastor provided a moment of unity. He preached about the hope that Berlin could be reunited. Some nodded, their eyes haunted. They could not yet picture a divided country. But the seed was sown. The sermons were heard with a mix of cautious optimism and somber realism. The city Jesus once walked in was now walking toward division. But as the summer changed to winter, the split became more pronounced. The Berlin Conference of 1948 confirmed the sectors. But by that time, the city had already formed into blocks. Supplies of coal, food distribution networks, radio stations, all were now separate. Berliners tried to cross for a neighbor's wedding, for a funeral, for a second chance. Fences were put up, patrols were increased. The Cold War had whispered, Berlin was paying attention, and in the hearts of the city's inhabitants, the trauma of war was meeting the trauma of separation. Children born in July 1945 would grow up knowing 2 cities, 2 destinies. Some dreamed of reunification, others planned their escape. Some accepted the reality, others fought against it. Berlin had become both a laboratory and a trap, its people the subjects of the experiment. But history moved forward. In June 1948, the Berlin blockade would set off global tensions. A new airlift would baptize the divided city in steel wings and determination. Yet none of that could have occurred without the divisions that were planted in early 1945. The lines drawn on maps, confirmed on street signs, lived in the daily routines. Berlin would be a world within a world, a microcosm of the Cold War. Each rebuilt structure, each checkpoint, each rumor across a fence was significant. In the rubble of victory, Berlin's people learned that peace could be a petition, solidarity could be sectarian, and victory could be a win for some and a separation for others within the same streets. Berlin was reborn and reborn into division. These were the seeds of the Cold War, sown in silence, watered with suspicion, growing through checkpoints and classrooms and rubble rebuilt. Berlin would never be whole again, but its divisions would teach the world what unity truly costs. And in that broken, divided city, the war that ended was only the prologue to a longer conflict, one that would last decades longer than the guns, but just as deadly in ideology, Berlin lay quiet beneath a grey horizon, its skyline fractured, its streets scarred by battle. What remained of its grandeur was now twisted metal and hollow stone. And yet in those ruins, voices still rose, quiet, resolute, asking the question, what had been lost, what had been won, and what remained? The fall of Berlin was not merely a battlefield conclusion. It was the closing echo of a century's darkest impulses. The Nazi era, with its promise of power and unity, had ended not in glory, but in ruin. Hitler's grand visions of empire died beneath shellfire, ash, and despair. Berlin did not see a capitulation. It was unmade. It collapsed upon itself, its foundations too toxic to stand upright. The Third Reich had been built on hate. It fell in the same. And yet from those ruins, new reflections emerged, unforgiving, honest, and enduring. First, the devastation of total war. Berlin was not defended by armies alone, but by ideology, fear, and coercion. The civilian population had been enlisted in a dying cause. Children held Panzerfaust. Elderly men laid mines. Ordinary citizens were complicit, often unwillingly, in the violence. The city's destruction was not incidental. It was deliberate. Even before the Red Army reached its gates, Hitler's scorched earth orders had set Berlin alight. The Reichstag's fall had been preceded by mass shelling, senseless bombings, ruin deliberately wrought. Berlin showed the world that total war did not end with victory. It ended only when every soul, every stone, every street had been consumed. Second, the harshness of liberation. For many of Berlin's survivors, the arrival of the Red Army was not deliverance. It was the beginning of another kind of torment. Their liberation became an occupation. Their survival was boxed within sectors and checkpoints. Their homes were questioned, their loyalty suspected. The city's partition, its dividing line so quickly drawn in July 1945, was as psychic as it was geographic. Families found themselves walled off. Histories were rewritten. Berlin became a symbol of geopolitical triumph, but also of individual exile. Berliners soon learned that war did not simply end. It transformed. The challenge was no longer bullets, but bureaucracy. Fear did not end. It shifted direction. One day, the Nazis were gone. The next, a Soviet officer patrolled your street. The liberation of Berlin was an ambiguous gift, harrowing, heavy, incomplete. Third, the lesson of rebuilding. What global powers saw as a political asset, a preparation for Cold War, Berlin saw as a human challenge. Its survival depended on resilience more than treaties. Its recovery required patience and unity across ideological divides. In the West, trams ran again by October 1945. Schools opened in makeshift cellar classrooms. In the East, common inoculations helped stanch the spread of disease. Brick by brick, human by human, Berlin began to heal. For its citizens, the fall of Berlin meant facing impossible choices. Forget or remember, rebuild or curse, cooperate or resist. Many chose both. Life returned to the rubble, but it carried memory like a ribbon of steel. Fourth, the burden of collective guilt. Berlin's people carried the weight of responsibility, not only for the Nazis' crimes, but for their resistance, or lack thereof. Survivors carried stories. Mothers whispered of neighbors who had protected Jews. Fathers confessed to trampling graves. Children learned that Berlin had housed the ovens, the ghettos, the death trains. The city's landscape became a textbook of atrocity. Memory left its mark in Stolperstein, in synagogue reconstructions, in recorded testimonies. Never again, they vowed. Berlin's fall became a cautionary tale. When the machinery of hate is powered by fear, not even the powerful can survive its engine. Fifth, the weight of symbols. The Reichstag, once a Nazi prize, would survive to serve a reborn democracy. Its restoration, complete with a shining glass dome, came decades later, a testament to restraint and renewal. But in 1945, the first red flags flew like graffiti of conquest. Their meaning was not permanent. Symbols change. Berlin's flags would switch again, to black, red and gold for West Germany, to a hammer and compass under the East. then back again under reunification. The fall of Berlin taught that symbols can oscillate, but scars endure. The walls might heal, but the wind still whispers through their fractures. Sixth, the emergence of a new Europe. Berlin's fall did not only end a war, it opened a new division line. Its boundaries foreshadowed the Iron Curtain. Its rebuilding echoed in the Marshall Plan and the Soviet answer. Berlin would be the stage for a showdown that outlasted the war. Berlin's story became the story of Europe's division. Its reconstruction was mapped by rivalry. Its people would be caught between East and West, between memory and amnesia, between suffering and identity. Seventh, the resilience of memory. The Battle of Berlin might have been brutal, horrifying, total, but it was not final. The people who survived and returned, from refugee-packed trains, from prison camps, from split homes, carried Berlin forward. They carried with them rubble for rebuilding walls, ashes for cleaning the soil, testimonies for teaching the truth. They carried children who never knew the war but would recall its shadow. They carried newspapers that reported the Nuremberg trials, the erection of the Berlin Wall, the fall of that wall. Berlin became a memorial, but not a mausoleum. Its fall forged more than destruction. It nurtured a vigilance for Berlin's future. This history is unavoidable. Visit Mitte. Look at the green trees planted along Unter den Linden. Watch children walk past Bundestag meetings. Listen to opera in East Berlin's restored Staatsoper. And remember, beneath them lies ash and controversy. The names on plaques, Kathy Kollwitz, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, signal pain and redemption. Berlin is proof that even when a city falls, it can become better. That a final battle could be the portal to conscience, not just ruin. The devastation of total war demands terror. The cost of victory demands reflection. The rebuilding of democracy demands humility. Berlin's story is not academic. It is visceral. It is the story of what people do, not what leaders do, when the ruin comes. It is about fire and living rooms and forgiveness at checkpoints, about hunger and courage, about flags and refugees. This city, more than most, knows that war ends in echoes, echoes that linger as long as life does. Today, Berlin stands unified again, free to navigate, freer than most of its neighbors, the thin line between conflict and coexistence. It does so with its memory intact. The city's lessons, war crimes, human rights, the nuclear shadow, the authoritarian threat, are curated in museums, taught in schools, embedded in city regulations. They are not kept behind barriers, but woven into the everyday. Reflections on the fall of Berlin demand that we consider the entire canvas of humanity, the darkest strokes and the brightest spots. The fall of the Nazi era was not a moment of triumphant, unilateral redemption. It was the end of a monstrous cruelty. It was the fall of a regime built on lies, but triggered by individuals who chose to believe. It was final but not total, because the city lived, because its people rebuilt, because the world remembered. Total victory and total destruction. Berlin bore both. Between those extremes, an entire narrative unfolds of atrocities and apologies, of passages and petitions, of childhoods lost and accountability found. Its greatest legacy may not be the broken walls, but the voices that speak up when walls are proposed once more. Berlin's fall is not only a snapshot of war, it's a challenge to choose humanity over ideology, to seek reconstruction alongside ruin, to reckon with guilt and still carry hope. Let us honor the city with memories, not monuments. Let us heed its story, not glorify its destruction. Let us listen to the echoes in its underground stations, still etched with bullet marks. Let us remember every soldier who raised a flag and every child who might have carried a weapon. Let us recall not only the grandeur of victory, but the small empathy of strangers who shared bread and smoke. Berlin, rising from the ashes, remains not just a city. It is a mirror of our capacity to destroy and our capacity to rebuild, of how we remember, repent, and renew. Its final battle was not just vivid history. It was a reference, dark, haunting, hopeful, for every generation that must learn what devastation really demands. Berlin remembers. And while no end of war is tidy or clean, while human actions may never be wholly redeemed, This city shows us that through reflection, memory becomes resistance. That from the ruins of total war, we can build a legacy not of division, but of shared humanity. In the silent grey dawn that followed the surrender, Berlin was a city of ghosts and skeletons. The men were gone, dead, captive, or in hiding. The city's infrastructure had been pulverized into an unrecognizable landscape of debris. It was in this moment of utter collapse that a new army emerged. An army armed not with rifles but with buckets, pickaxes, and an unbreakable will. These were the Trümmerfrauen, the Rubble women of Berlin. With the male population decimated, it fell to the women to begin the impossible task of cleaning their city, and in doing so, rebuilding its soul. Their work was monumental and back-breaking. From every corner of the shattered city, they appeared. Housewives, secretaries, artists and factory workers, their faces smudged with soot, their hands raw and blistered. They formed human chains, passing bricks and stones from the mountains of rubble to be cleaned and stacked for future use. They worked without heavy machinery, using their bare hands to pry apart twisted steel and collapsed concrete. They salvaged anything that could be repurposed: wood for fires, metal for repairs, fragments of life from a world that had been annihilated. This was more than just a clean-up effort. It was a ritual of reclamation. Each brick they cleaned was an act of defiance against the destruction they had endured. They sang as they worked, old folk songs and hymns, their voices a fragile but persistent thread of life in the quiet of the ruins. They were not just clearing rubble, they were clearing a space for the future, creating order out of the chaos that had consumed their lives. Their work was the first essential step in the city's long and painful journey back to life. The occupying forces watched in amazement. The Soviet soldiers, accustomed to the brutal logic of war, saw a resilience that defied their expectations. When the Western Allies arrived, they too were struck by the quiet dignity and tireless labor of these women. The Trümmerfrauen became a symbol of German endurance, a testament to the human spirit's capacity to build even in the face of total devastation. They sought no glory, no medals, no recognition. They simply worked, day after day, driven by the practical necessity of survival and the deep, unspoken need to restore a semblance of home. The legacy of the Rubble women is etched into the very stones of modern Berlin. The bricks they salvaged were used to construct the first post-war buildings, the physical foundation upon which the city would rise again. Though no grand monuments were built in their honor at the time, their memory has been preserved in photographs, stories, and a profound national respect. They were the unsung heroines of the aftermath, the women who, in the absence of men and government, took it upon themselves to clear the wreckage of the past and lay the first crucial stones of the future. The liberation of Berlin was not a clean or noble affair. For many of its citizens, particularly its women, the arrival of the Red Army brought not an end to terror, but the beginning of a new and deeply personal one. The Soviet soldiers who stormed the city were not just liberators, they were avengers. They were men who had marched for 2 years through a homeland that had been systematically and brutally ravaged by the German invasion. They had seen their villages burned, their families murdered, their comrades tortured, and they brought this memory, this rage, with them into the heart of the enemy's capital. What followed was a wave of mass rape and violence that remains one of the darkest chapters of the war's end. As the Soviet troops moved through the city, they broke into the cellars and shelters where civilians were hiding. In a storm of alcohol-fueled victory and long-suppressed vengeance, they unleashed a horrific assault on the women of Berlin. The violence was widespread and indiscriminate. Girls as young as 13 and women as old as 80 were victims. It was not the isolated act of a few rogue soldiers, it was a mass phenomenon, a tidal wave of brutality that swept through the city for weeks. For the women of Berlin, this was a terror beyond comprehension. They had survived years of bombing and starvation, only to face this final, intimate violation. They were powerless to resist. Many were raped repeatedly by multiple soldiers. Fathers and husbands who tried to intervene were often shot. The rapes took place in basements, in the open streets, in the ruins of their own homes. It was a brutal assertion of power by the conquerors over the conquered, a final, terrible act of humiliation. The long-term consequences of this period of mass rape were devastating. Thousands of women were left with severe physical and psychological trauma. Unwanted pregnancies and the spread of venereal diseases were rampant. Many women committed suicide, unable to bear the shame and the horror of what had been done to them. The experience left a deep and lasting scar on the psyche of the city, a secret trauma that would be spoken of only in whispers for decades to come. While the Soviet command officially condemned the violence and eventually took steps to restore discipline, the initial rampage went largely unchecked. It was the dark underbelly of victory, a reminder that the line between liberator and oppressor can be terrifyingly thin. The vengeance of the victors was a brutal and tragic epilogue to the Battle of Berlin, a chapter that complicates the simple narrative of good versus evil and reveals the profound, agonizing human cost of a war that had consumed all morality. In the summer of 1945, money in Berlin was worthless. The Reichsmark, the currency of a now-defunct empire, was little more than paper. The official ration cards distributed by the occupying forces provided only a starvation-level existence, not enough to live, just enough to die slowly. In this world of total economic collapse, a new and powerful economy emerged from the shadows, an underground system based not on cash but on commodities. This was the era of the black market, the Schwarzmarkt, and its currency was the American cigarette. Life in post-war Berlin revolved around the desperate daily struggle for survival, and the black market was its central institution. It was a vast informal network of trade that took place in the ruins of train stations, on street corners, and in the back rooms of bombed-out buildings. Here, everything had a price, but that price was rarely quoted in marks. A loaf of bread might cost a pack of Lucky Strikes. A pound of coffee could be traded for a valuable piece of porcelain. A bottle of penicillin was worth more than gold. The American soldiers, the GIs, were the kings of this new economy. They had access to the one thing everyone wanted, the goods from their PX stores. Cigarettes, chocolate, coffee, nylon stockings. These were the new gold standard. A single carton of cigarettes could be traded for services, for food, or for precious family heirlooms that Berliners were forced to part with to feed their children. This created a complex and often morally ambiguous relationship between the occupiers and the occupied. The black market was a world of desperation and ingenuity. People became experts at bartering, at judging the value of a silver teapot in terms of sacks of potatoes. The Trümmerfrauen, who salvaged bricks from the rubble, would trade their day's labor for a few cigarettes to buy food. Former professionals, doctors, lawyers, musicians, were seen selling their valuable books or instruments for a slab of bacon. It was a great leveling, a world where a pack of cigarettes held more power than a university degree. This underground economy was a lifeline. It was illegal, it was often corrupt, and it was dangerous. But it was also what kept many Berliners from starving to death in the hunger winter of 1946-47. It was a raw, unfiltered expression of the human will to survive, a testament to the fact that when official systems collapse, people will always find their own ways to endure. The black market was the true beating and desperate heart of a city fighting its way back from the abyss. For 2 long, terrifying months after the surrender, Berlin was a Soviet city. The Red Army was the sole occupying power, its soldiers the absolute masters of the ruined capital. But in early July 1945, the landscape of the occupation began to change. According to the agreements made at Yalta, the Western Allies, the Americans, the British and the French, were now to take up their positions in their designated sectors of the city. Their arrival marked the true beginning of the four-power occupation and the start of Berlin's new life as the epicenter of the Cold War. The first American and British troops who rolled into the western districts of Berlin were greeted with a mixture of apprehension and immense relief by the German population. After the chaos and violence of the Soviet conquest, the arrival of the disciplined, well-fed Western soldiers seemed like a promise of stability and order. Berliners lined the streets, waving cautiously, their faces a mixture of weariness and a fragile, emerging hope. For many, the Western Allies represented a connection to a world of law, of democracy, and, most importantly, of food. The contrast between the occupying forces was stark. The Soviet soldiers were battle-hardened and often brutal, living off the land and driven by a desire for vengeance. The Western troops were generally more disciplined and they brought with them a massive logistical operation designed to feed and administer their sectors. They set up soup kitchens, restored basic utilities, and began the slow process of establishing a functioning civil society. This immediately created a visible difference in the quality of life between the Soviet-controlled East and the Western-controlled sectors. The formal machinery of the occupation was put in place with the creation of the Allied Kommandatura, a four-power governing body that was supposed to administer the city as a single entity. But from its very first meetings, the Kommandatura was plagued by ideological division and mutual suspicion. The Soviets sought to extract massive reparations from their sector, dismantling factories and shipping them back to Russia. The Western Allies, on the other hand, sought to rebuild the German economy, seeing a stable and prosperous Germany as a necessary bulwark against the spread of communism. These conflicting goals turned every administrative decision, from the printing of newspapers to the curriculum in schools, into a battleground. The city that was supposed to be governed jointly was, in reality, being pulled in two different directions. The arrival of the Western Allies did not unify Berlin. It formalized its division, drawing the first clear lines of the Cold War, not on a map of Europe, but on the very streets of the shattered German capital. In July 1945, with the city of Berlin still smoldering around them, the leaders of the Grand Alliance gathered for their final wartime summit. The Potsdam Conference, held in the Cäcilienhof Palace on the outskirts of the city, was supposed to be the moment when the victors would lay the foundations for a lasting peace. But the alliance that had defeated Hitler was already beginning to fracture, and the conference became a stage for the first tense confrontations of the new Cold War. The world had changed dramatically since the last meeting at Yalta. President Franklin D. Roosevelt was dead, replaced by his vice president, Harry S. Truman, a man who was far more skeptical of Soviet intentions. In the middle of the conference, Winston Churchill was voted out of office, replaced as Prime Minister by the Labour Party's Clement Attlee. Only Joseph Stalin remained of the original Big Three, and he came to Potsdam from a position of immense power. His Red Army occupied all of Eastern Europe, and he was determined to solidify his control over his new empire. The central issue at Potsdam was the future of Germany. The leaders reaffirmed their agreement to divide Germany and Berlin into 4 occupation zones. They agreed on a program of the 4 Ds: demilitarization, denazification, democratization, and decentralization. But on the crucial issue of reparations, deep divisions emerged. The Soviet Union, which had suffered catastrophic destruction, demanded massive reparations from Germany. The Western powers, fearing that a crippled German economy would destabilize all of Europe and open the door to communism, argued for a more limited approach. The disagreements were a clear sign of the growing mistrust between the former allies. Truman, emboldened by the secret news he received during the conference that the United States had successfully tested an atomic bomb, took a much harder line with Stalin than Roosevelt had. The conference was marked by tense and often acrimonious debates over the borders of Poland, the nature of the new governments being set up in Eastern Europe, and the terms of the war against Japan. The Potsdam Conference was the last time the leaders of the Grand Alliance would meet. It was a moment that simultaneously marked the end of one great conflict and the beginning of another. The agreements they reached were often vague and temporary, papering over the deep ideological chasm that was opening between the East and the West. They had come together to plan the peace, but in the halls of the Cäcilienhof Palace, they had instead drawn the battle lines for the Cold War, with the divided city of Berlin as its most volatile and enduring symbol. With the Third Reich in ruins, the Allied powers faced a monumental and unprecedented challenge: how to purge an entire society of a deeply ingrained and poisonous ideology. This was the process of denazification, an ambitious and ultimately imperfect attempt to hold the German people accountable for the crimes of the Nazi regime, and to rebuild their nation on a new democratic foundation. It was a process that was both essential for the future of Germany and fraught with moral and practical complexities. The process began immediately after the surrender. The Allies required millions of Germans to fill out a detailed questionnaire, the Fragebogen, which asked about their past affiliations with the Nazi Party and its various organizations. Based on these questionnaires, individuals were classified into categories, from major offenders to mere followers. The goal was to identify and remove committed Nazis from all positions of influence, in government, in the legal system, in schools, and in the economy. But the task was overwhelming. The Nazi Party had been a massive organization, and millions of Germans had been members, some out of fanatical belief, others out of simple careerism or social pressure. It was incredibly difficult to distinguish between the truly guilty and the merely compliant. The process was slow, bureaucratic, and often seen as arbitrary. The sheer number of cases overwhelmed the military tribunals that were set up to hear them. The four occupying powers approached denazification in very different ways. The Soviets often used the process as a tool for political and class warfare, purging not just Nazis but also landowners, industrialists, and non-communist political figures. In the American zone, the process was initially very rigorous, with hundreds of thousands of people removed from their jobs. The British and French were more pragmatic, often willing to overlook a person's past if they had skills that were needed for the reconstruction effort. Ultimately, the denazification program was only partially successful. As the Cold War intensified, the Western powers' priority shifted from punishing former Nazis to rebuilding West Germany as a strong ally against the Soviet Union. The process was scaled back, and many former lower-level Nazis were eventually allowed to return to their positions. Denazification was a necessary and important effort to confront Germany's past, but it was also a flawed and incomplete process, a reminder of the immense difficulty of achieving true justice and accountability in the aftermath of a totalitarian regime. While the broader denazification program was grappling with the question of collective guilt, another, more focused effort at justice was taking place in the city of Nuremberg. Here, in the same city where Hitler had held his massive Nazi Party rallies, the victorious Allies put the surviving leaders of the Third Reich on trial for their crimes. The Nuremberg trials were a landmark event in the history of international law, the first time in history that political and military leaders were held individually accountable for waging a war of aggression and for committing crimes against humanity. The main trial, which began in November 1945, involved 22 of the most prominent surviving Nazi leaders. The defendants included Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe, and Hitler's designated successor, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's former deputy, and Albert Speer, the architect and minister of armaments. The trial was conducted by an international military tribunal, with judges and prosecutors from the United States, Great Britain, the Soviet Union, and France. The chief American prosecutor, Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson, opened the trial with a powerful and eloquent speech. "The wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish," he declared, "have been so calculated, so malignant, and so devastating that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored because it cannot survive their being repeated." The evidence presented at the trial was overwhelming and horrifying. The prosecution used the Nazis' own meticulous records against them, presenting thousands of captured documents that detailed their plans for aggressive war and their systematic program of genocide. They also presented shocking film footage taken by Allied soldiers during the liberation of the concentration camps, bringing the full ghastly reality of the Holocaust into the courtroom for the world to see. The trial established new and important legal precedents. The prosecutors argued that following orders was not a valid defense for committing atrocities. They established the concept of crimes against humanity as a punishable offense under international law, and they affirmed the principle that leaders could be held criminally responsible for planning and waging a war of aggression. The trial was not about victors' justice, it was an attempt to create a new standard of international morality. In the end, the tribunal delivered its verdicts. 12 of the defendants, including Göring, who committed suicide before he could be executed, were sentenced to death. Others were given long prison sentences. The Nuremberg trials were a crucial moment of reckoning, a flawed but essential effort to impose the rule of law on the perpetrators of unimaginable evil. They were a powerful statement that some crimes are so heinous that they are not just crimes against a single nation, but against all of humanity. The first 2 years after the war were a time of profound suffering for the people of Berlin. The city was a ruin, its economy had collapsed, and the Allied occupation, with its 4 competing powers, was often chaotic and ineffective. The nadir of this period was the winter of 1946-47, which became known as the Hunger Winter. It was one of the coldest winters on record, and for a city with little food, no fuel, and inadequate shelter, it was a catastrophe that pushed the population to the very brink of survival. The official ration distributed by the Allied authorities was set at a bare subsistence level, providing just enough calories to prevent mass starvation, but not enough to maintain health or strength. But even these meager rations were often not met, as the shattered transportation networks of Europe struggled to bring food into the city. Berliners were slowly starving. They were thin, gaunt figures, their faces etched with hunger, their bodies racked by diseases like tuberculosis and rickets. With no coal to heat their homes, Berliners resorted to desperate measures. They stripped the wood from bombed-out buildings. They ventured into the city's parks, like the Great Tiergarten, and began to cut down the trees for firewood. By the end of the winter, the once lush park in the heart of the city was a barren, stump-filled wasteland. People huddled in their cold, damp apartments, wrapped in whatever blankets they could find, their breath visible in the frigid air. The hunger winter was a great leveler, reducing all but the most well-connected to a primal struggle for existence. It was a time of moral collapse, where the desperate did what they had to do to survive. But it was also a time of quiet heroism. Families shared their last crusts of bread. Neighbors looked after the sick and the elderly. The memory of this shared suffering would become a powerful and unifying part of the city's identity. This period of intense hardship had profound political consequences. The failure of the four-power administration to adequately feed the city only deepened the divide between the occupying powers. The Western Allies, particularly the United States, began to realize that a starving and desperate Germany was a fertile breeding ground for communism. The experience of the hunger winter was a powerful catalyst for the creation of the Marshall Plan, the massive American aid program that would begin the process of rebuilding Western Europe and set the stage for the next great confrontation over Berlin. By 1947, it was clear to American policymakers that the strategy of punishing Germany was failing. A prostrate and impoverished Europe was not in America's interest. It was a security threat, vulnerable to the appeal of communism and the influence of the Soviet Union. In response, the United States embarked on one of the most ambitious and successful foreign policy initiatives in its history, the European Recovery Program, universally known as the Marshall Plan. It was a massive infusion of economic aid designed to rebuild the shattered economies of Europe and to contain the spread of communism. The Marshall Plan was offered to all European nations, but the Soviet Union, denouncing it as a form of dollar imperialism, rejected the aid and forbade its Eastern European satellite states from participating. This was a pivotal moment, the moment when the economic division of Europe became formalized. In the western zones of Germany, however, the Marshall Plan was embraced. Billions of American dollars began to flow in, providing the capital needed to rebuild factories, restore infrastructure, and restart the German economy. This economic aid was a powerful weapon in the emerging Cold War. It demonstrated to the people of Western Europe that capitalism and democracy could deliver a prosperity that communism could only promise. But for the plan to truly work, a stable currency was needed. The old Reichsmark was worthless, fueling a black market and hindering any real economic recovery. In June 1948, the Western Allies took a bold and decisive step. They introduced a new currency, the Deutsche Mark, into their occupation zones. The currency reform was a stunning success. Almost overnight, the black market disappeared. Store shelves that had been empty for years suddenly filled with goods. The new, stable currency gave people a reason to work, to save, and to invest. It was the true beginning of West Germany's Wirtschaftswunder, or economic miracle. But this act of economic sovereignty was seen by the Soviets as a direct provocation. The introduction of the Deutsche Mark into the western sectors of Berlin, an island deep inside the Soviet zone, was the final straw for Stalin. He saw it as a move to formally split Germany and to integrate the western part of the country into an anti-Soviet bloc. His response would be swift and dramatic. The currency reform, a measure designed to bring economic stability, had instead become the direct trigger for the first great military and political crisis of the Cold War, the Berlin blockade. On the night of June 24, 1948, the city of Berlin was plunged into darkness and silence. Acting on the direct orders of Joseph Stalin, the Soviet military authorities in East Germany shut down all road, rail, and canal traffic between the western occupied zones of Germany and the western sectors of Berlin. The city, an island of democracy located 110 miles inside the Soviet zone, was now completely cut off from the outside world. The Berlin blockade had begun. It was a high-stakes gamble, a bold and aggressive move designed to achieve a clear objective: to force the Western Allies to abandon their position in Berlin. Stalin's goal was to starve the over 2 million inhabitants of West Berlin into submission. He believed that the Western powers, faced with a massive humanitarian crisis and the prospect of a military confrontation they could not win, would have no choice but to relinquish control of their sectors. This would be a huge propaganda victory for the Soviet Union, demonstrating its power and resolve and removing the troublesome bone in the throat that was a free and prosperous West Berlin in the heart of communist East Germany. The situation inside West Berlin became desperate almost immediately. The city had only enough food and coal to last for a few weeks. The electricity, which was supplied by power stations in the Soviet sector, was cut off. The city was facing a cold, dark, and hungry winter. But the people of West Berlin, led by their courageous and defiant mayor, Ernst Reuter, refused to give in to Soviet pressure. In massive rallies, they demonstrated their determination to remain free. "People of this world," Reuter declared in a famous speech, "look upon this city." For President Truman and the Western leaders, the blockade presented a terrible dilemma. They could not abandon the people of Berlin. To do so would be a catastrophic blow to American credibility and an invitation for further Soviet aggression. But attempting to break the blockade with an armed convoy on the ground would almost certainly lead to a direct military confrontation with the Soviet Union, a conflict that could easily escalate into a Third World War. The world held its breath. The Berlin blockade was the first major direct confrontation of the Cold War, a test of nerves between two nuclear-armed superpowers. The fate of a city, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance. Truman and his advisors debated their options in a series of tense, around-the-clock meetings. They needed to find a way to save Berlin that was both effective and that avoided a direct military clash. The solution they devised was one of the most audacious and imaginative of the entire Cold War. Faced with the Soviet blockade, the Western Allies chose a third option, a response that was both peaceful and a stunning demonstration of power and resolve. They would supply the entire city of West Berlin by air. This was the Berlin Airlift, known to the Germans as Die Luftbrücke, the air bridge. It was a logistical undertaking of unprecedented scale and complexity, an operation that most military experts at the time believed was absolutely impossible. The challenge was immense. Over 2 million people needed to be supplied with everything they needed to survive: food, coal, medicine, and raw materials. It was calculated that the city needed a minimum of 4,500 tons of supplies every single day. The airlift began in late June 1948. Initially, it was a small and somewhat chaotic operation, but under the command of the brilliant American General Lucius D. Clay in Germany and the logistical genius of General William H. Tunner, who had run the Hump airlift over the Himalayas in World War II, it was quickly transformed into a marvel of efficiency. A fleet of American and British cargo planes, mostly C-47 seconds and C-54 seconds, began flying around the clock into the 3 air corridors that, by a previous agreement, the Soviets were obligated to keep open. The planes would land at the Tempelhof, Gatow, and later the newly built Tegel airfields in West Berlin, unload their cargo in a matter of minutes, and then take off again. The operation was a relentless 24-hour-a-day conveyor belt in the sky. At its peak, a plane was landing in Berlin every 30 seconds. The airlift became a powerful symbol of Allied determination and a source of immense hope for the people of West Berlin. They called the planes Rosinenbomber, raisin bombers, because of pilots like Gail Halvorson, who would drop small parachutes with candy and raisins for the children as he approached the airfield. The Berliners themselves played a crucial role, working tirelessly to unload the planes and to build a new runway at Tegel Airport by hand in just 90 days. Their resilience in the face of hardship was an inspiration to the world. For 11 months, the airlift continued, through the fog and ice of a harsh German winter. The Soviets harassed the planes but did not dare to shoot them down, fearing it would trigger a full-scale war. By the spring of 1949, it was clear that the airlift was a stunning success and that the blockade had failed. Stalin, having suffered a massive political and propaganda defeat, finally gave in. On May 12, 1949, the Soviets lifted the blockade. The Berlin airlift was a decisive victory for the West in the opening chapter of the Cold War, a testament to the power of ingenuity and resolve in the face of totalitarian pressure. The end of the Berlin blockade in May 1949 did not bring unity to Germany, it cemented its division. The crisis had shattered any remaining hope of four-power cooperation and accelerated the creation of two separate German states, each aligned with one of the opposing Cold War blocs. The Iron Curtain was no longer just a political metaphor, it was now a hard physical and political reality running through the heart of Germany and its former capital. On May 23, 1949, the three Western occupation zones were formally merged to create the Federal Republic of Germany, commonly known as West Germany. With its provisional capital in the small university town of Bonn, the new state was founded on a democratic constitution that was designed to be a permanent bulwark against any future return to totalitarianism. Under the leadership of its first chancellor, Konrad Adenauer, and with the massive economic aid of the Marshall Plan, West Germany began its spectacular post-war recovery, the Wirtschaftswunder, and became a crucial partner in the Western Alliance. The Soviet Union responded a few months later. In October 1949, they established the German Democratic Republic, or East Germany, in their occupation zone. The GDR was a communist satellite state, its government and its secret police, the Stasi, firmly under the control of Moscow. East Berlin was declared its capital, and the new state was integrated into the Soviet-led military alliance, the Warsaw Pact. The division of Germany was now complete. At the heart of this divided nation lay the divided city of Berlin. West Berlin became a unique and precarious entity, a vibrant, prosperous and democratic city, but also an isolated island, located 110 miles inside the territory of a hostile communist state. It was a potent symbol of Western freedom and a constant source of irritation to the communist world. East Berlin, on the other hand, was transformed into the showcase capital of the GDR, a city of grand socialist parades and grey monolithic apartment blocks, but also a place of political repression and economic stagnation. For the people of Berlin, this division was a daily and often painful reality. Families were split, with some members living in the east and some in the west. For a time, the border within the city remained relatively open, and Berliners could cross between the two worlds. But this open border itself became a major problem for the East German regime, as it provided an easy escape route for its citizens who were desperate to flee to the freedom and prosperity of the West. This hole in the Iron Curtain would not be tolerated for long. In the early years of the German Democratic Republic, life for the people of East Berlin and East Germany was a grim reality of political repression and economic hardship. The communist government, under the strict control of Moscow, imposed a rigid, centralized economy that led to chronic shortages of food and consumer goods. At the same time, the secret police, the Stasi, created an atmosphere of pervasive fear, silencing any form of dissent. By the spring of 1953, with the death of Joseph Stalin creating a period of uncertainty in the Kremlin, the simmering frustration in East Germany was about to boil over. The trigger for the explosion was a government decree in May 1953, raising the work quotas for industrial workers by 10% without any corresponding increase in pay. This was the final straw. On June 16th, a small group of construction workers in East Berlin laid down their tools and began to march in protest. Their protest quickly snowballed into a massive demonstration as thousands of other workers joined them, chanting slogans not just against the work quotas, but for free elections, the release of political prisoners, and the resignation of the communist government. On June 17, 1953, the protest erupted into a nationwide uprising. Hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets in cities and towns all across East Germany. It was the first major popular revolt against Soviet-backed communist rule in Eastern Europe. For a brief, hopeful moment. It seemed as if the regime might collapse. The protesters stormed government buildings, tore down communist symbols, and released political prisoners. They were unarmed, but their courage and their numbers were a powerful force. But the hope was short-lived. The East German government, unable to control the uprising with its own police, called on its Soviet masters for help. The Kremlin, fearing that the revolt could spread to other satellite states, responded with overwhelming and brutal force. Soviet tanks and troops, which were already stationed in East Germany, rolled into the streets of East Berlin and other cities. They opened fire on the unarmed protesters. The uprising was crushed. Hundreds of people were killed, and thousands were arrested in the crackdown that followed. The uprising of 1953 was a tragic and bloody failure, but it was also a moment of profound significance. It revealed the deep-seated opposition of the German people to the communist regime that had been imposed upon them. And the brutal Soviet response sent a clear and chilling message to all the peoples of Eastern Europe. The Kremlin would use whatever force was necessary to maintain its iron grip on its empire. The dream of liberation had been drowned in blood. Despite the crushing of the 1953 uprising, the division of Berlin continued to pose a fundamental problem for the East German communist regime. The border between East and West Berlin remained open, a strange and porous seam in the heart of the Iron Curtain. For the people of East Germany, it was an escape hatch, a unique and relatively easy pathway to freedom. And throughout the 1950s, they used it in staggering numbers, creating a demographic and economic crisis that threatened the very survival of the East German state. This mass exodus was known as the brain drain. It was not just the politically oppressed who were fleeing, but the best and the brightest of East German society. Doctors, engineers, scientists, teachers, and skilled workers, frustrated by the lack of opportunity and political freedom in the GDR, simply packed a small bag, took a subway or a train to West Berlin, and declared themselves refugees. From West Berlin, they could then be flown to West Germany to start new lives. The numbers were catastrophic for the East German government. Between 1949 and 1961, an estimated 2.7 million people fled from East to West Germany, the vast majority of them through the open border in Berlin. This was more than 15% of the entire East German population. The loss of so many young, educated, and productive citizens was crippling the East German economy and making a mockery of the communist claim to be building a workers' paradise. The open border was also a constant source of political humiliation. West Berlin was a glittering showcase of Western capitalism and freedom, its bright lights and well-stocked stores a stark and visible contrast to the grey and drab reality of East Berlin. The ability of its citizens to simply walk away from communism was a powerful and undeniable indictment of the entire system. For the Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev, and the East German leader, Walter Ulbricht, this situation was intolerable. By the late 1950s, the pressure to solve the Berlin problem was immense. Khrushchev issued a series of ultimatums to the Western powers, demanding that they withdraw their troops and recognize West Berlin as a free city. But the West, led by President John F. Kennedy, stood firm, declaring that they would not abandon the people of West Berlin. The stage was set for another major confrontation, as the communist world prepared to take drastic and brutal action to close the last remaining hole in the Iron Curtain. In the early summer of 1961, the East German leader Walter Ulbricht famously declared at a press conference, "Niemand hat die Absicht, eine Mauer zu errichten." No one has any intention of building a wall. It was a blatant and audacious lie. For weeks, the communist regime, with the full backing of the Soviet Union, had been secretly planning a drastic and permanent solution to its refugee crisis. In the dead of night, on the weekend of August 12 to July 13, 1961, they put their plan into action. Under the cover of darkness, thousands of East German soldiers, police and factory militia units were deployed along the border between East and West Berlin. They began to unroll miles of barbed wire, to tear up streets, and to erect concrete posts. By the morning of August 13th, the city awoke to a shocking and brutal new reality. Berlin had been physically split in two. The open border was gone, replaced by a crude but effective barrier of wire and armed guards. The initial barbed wire fence was quickly replaced by a more formidable structure, a concrete wall, complete with watchtowers, searchlights and armed guards with orders to shoot to kill anyone who tried to cross. Over the years, the Berlin Wall would evolve into an incredibly complex and deadly system of fortifications. A death strip with anti-vehicle trenches, beds of nails and tripwire-activated machine guns. It was not a wall of defense, it was a prison wall, designed for the sole purpose of keeping its own people in. The construction of the wall was a profound human tragedy. Families were separated in an instant. People who had crossed the border daily for work or to visit relatives were now permanently cut off. In the first few days, there were desperate and often tragic attempts to escape. People jumped from the windows of apartment buildings that straddled the new border, sometimes to their deaths. Others tried to swim across canals or crawl through sewers. The wall became a symbol of communist tyranny, a concrete admission of failure. As West Berlin's mayor Willy Brandt would call it, it was a Schandmauer, a wall of shame. The Western powers, led by President Kennedy, protested vehemently but did not intervene militarily. They knew that any attempt to tear down the wall by force would risk a full-scale war with the Soviet Union. Kennedy visited the city in 1963 to show solidarity with its people, delivering his famous and defiant Ich bin ein Berliner, I am a Berliner speech in front of the wall. For the next 28 years, the Berlin Wall would stand as the most potent and infamous symbol of the Cold War, a scar across a great city, a daily reminder of the brutal division between freedom and oppression. The fall of Berlin in 1945 had, 16 years later, culminated in this final, tragic act of division.